ability to establish or enforce state laws that help keep up with the technological evolutions of AI, as well as push back on deliberate designs that could harm Americans. Under this ban, state and local governments won't be able to enforce current, new, or updated regulations around AI use in the workplace, in procurement, guidelines, or in eliminating biases, even regulations that only impact their specific locality. As a former state legislator, I believe we can and should learn from the states and champion solutions that protect Americans, especially workers and children, from harmful AI systems and not put unnecessary stoppages on their progress. Regardless of where you are on AI policy, enacting this moratorium is bad practice. AI has shown tremendous potential to improve and enhance our lives, but if we do not take immediate action to address the threats it poses on consumers as they arise today, we will not be prepared to address the threats that could arise over the next 10 years as a result. I'd like to submit a letter for the record. This letter to Speaker Johnson was signed by over 100 organizations, such as Unidos US, the National Immigration Law Center, National Women's Law Center, and SEIU, in opposition to this provision that's tucked into this bill. In their letter to the Speaker, the organizations state that as we have seen during other periods of rapid technological advancement, like the Industrial Revolution, the creation of the automobile, protecting people from being harmed by new technologies, including holding companies accountable when they cause harm, will spur innovation and the adoption of new technologies. The Republican moratorium on AI will block new innovation from occurring. AI policy touches every aspect of American lives now, and most certainly will over in the next 10 years. Thank you for considering my amendment. I urge its adoption, and I look forward to answering any questions.
And what was the date on the letter?
May 19, 2025.
And without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Goldman of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to introduce two amendments, but I want to say just a couple things about the broader bill before I get to them. And most of what I'm about to say is really directed at blatantly false statements that many of my Republican colleagues have said, are saying, and likely will say about this bill. First, this bill slashes Medicaid, cuts Medicaid. More than 8 million Americans will lose their health care because of this bill. You can sugarcoat it all you want with eligibility and work requirements and any waste, fraud, and abuse, but the reality is that that's dressing up a pig, and it is cutting Medicaid. Second, the bill increases taxes for the poorest Americans and dramatically reduces taxes for the wealthiest. If you make less than $51,000 a year, your taxes will go up $700. If you make more than $4.3 million a year, which is the top 0.1% of Americans, your taxes will go down by nearly $400,000. That is reducing taxes for the wealthy and increasing taxes for the poor. Third, this bill repeals tax credits for American energy production that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of jobs created in this country and hundreds of billions of dollars of investment in American manufacturing. The vast majority of both of those are in red districts. These credits also reduce energy prices and increase our energy independence, two things that the America First gang endlessly talk about. And yet, this bill cuts all of that progress. And finally, you will hear my Republican colleagues say that cuts to essential government programs are needed to reduce an exploding deficit. That's nonsense. This bill increases the deficit by at least $3 trillion. So much so that Moody's became the last of the 3 major ratings agencies to downgrade U.S. debt. Now, this deficit increase will increase annual interest payments on our debt to 9% of total GDP in 10 years. 9%. That is just unsustainable. And yet it is the Republicans who are jamming this through. Now, my amendments address 2 separate things. One is a very simple amendment that I was shocked did not receive unanimous support in the Judiciary Committee, Amendment 258. It simply says that no federal funding can be used to deport American citizens. Remarkably, every Republican in the Judiciary Committee voted against it, and I hope this committee does not. My second amendment, Amendment 135, addresses what is truly a cruel and cynical attempt to make America hungry again. This bill does not trim SNAP around the edges. It does not cut waste, fraud, and abuse. It cuts SNAP to its core, to the tune of approximately $250 billion, which may sound like an abstract number, but there are human lives at stake. There are children who will go hungry. There are seniors who have to choose between prescription drugs and food. There are working parents who rely on that few $100s a month to put food on their table. My amendment would strike one of the most damaging provisions of this bill, a provision that would shift 75% of the administrative costs onto the states, up from current 50% split. In my district in New York City, more than 118,000 of my constituents use SNAP to put food on the table. And across New York State, 1 in 7 residents depend on it. This bill wouldn't just cut the benefits, it would starve the program. The GOP's proposed changes to SNAP would create a new burden on New York State of over $2.1 billion. And let's be real, what happens when administrative costs shoot up like that? The states can't backfill that amount of money. It's just not feasible. So what happens, of course, is benefits are cut. It's incredibly cynical because you will hear Republicans, and New York Republicans in particular, my colleagues, who have nearly as many SNAP beneficiaries as I do, and they will say, oh, well, it's just putting it on the local officials, on the state. But make no mistake, it increases administrative costs, which is just cutting benefits by another name. This program averages $6 per person per day. And the work requirements that we hear so much about would actually cause 300,000 New Yorkers to lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. That is what this bill is doing, and my amendment would fix that. I urge the committee to support it and rule it in order.
Gentleman yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz. For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment today would prohibit the executive branch from using federal funds to eliminate FEMA, transfer its responsibilities to another agency, or reduce its staffing or funding in a way that impairs its ability to fulfill its statutory functions unless expressly authorized by Congress. In fact, my amendment today just says again what's in the Stafford Act and what's in the Homeland Security Act, which was passed after Katrina. The president was right that FEMA needs reform. Let me say this again. The president was right that FEMA needs reform, as the chairwoman knows from her experiences in North Carolina after Hurricane Helene. But the Secretary of Homeland Security is dead wrong that FEMA should be deleted. First of all, the Secretary is in violation right now of the Stafford Act and in violation of the Homeland Security Act. The Secretary has no ability to pause all grants, which she has done. She has no ability to transfer any of the appropriations or restructure FEMA as she's done. Both of those are in direct violation of the Stafford Act and the Homeland Security Act that was passed after Katrina. So grants are paused. What does that mean, that all grants are paused? That means states right now that are going into hurricane season don't know whether or not they're going to get a declaration, which this administration is holding back. What happens if you don't get a declaration? Just go ask the governor of Arkansas, Governor Huckabee, who worked for the president. Took her weeks to get a declaration. You can't move, you can't respond, you can't spend money because you don't know that you're going to get reimbursed. Fiscally constrained cities and counties don't make decisions. It's analysis paralysis. It's actually in direct contradiction with what we're trying to do. We're trying to speed up FEMA. We're trying to make it faster, right? Which is why I have a bill with Byron Donalds to get FEMA out of Homeland Security. Homeland is disabusing FEMA. They're using FEMA to do grants for the other 22 agencies. That's why we got to get FEMA away from Homeland Security. They're not paying vendors. You know what happens when we don't pay vendors? They can't pay subcontractors. They're not going to be ready to perform in hurricane season. They fired 30% or got them to retire of the workforce in FEMA. Most of the senior people with that experience. You got regional offices in FEMA now that are half empty. By the way, remember that DOJ, remember the E at the end of DOJ, the word efficiency? Nothing at FEMA has been made more efficient. In fact, I would tell you that the Secretary of Homeland Security has turned FEMA into the Newark airport, okay? It is going to fail this summer. And so look, there's no doubt that FEMA needed reform, but what they've done at Homeland is they've taken something that needed help and they broke it further. Do you know what happens if there's no FEMA to the state that the Speaker represents or Steve Scalise represents? Louisiana goes bankrupt without FEMA when there's a hurricane that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, comes right into Louisiana, they're bankrupt. Alabama's bankrupt, Mississippi's bankrupt. You get an F5, F4 tornado in Tornado Alley, those states go bankrupt without FEMA. And yet, I don't see my Republican colleagues calling out the administration on how we're going to save FEMA and reform it. Let me say this. I think the Secretary of Homeland Security has exposed the president in significant ways. And I'm not in the business of protecting the president, but I am in the business of protecting the American people and the country. I don't think the president is aware of the current condition of FEMA and its potential inability to perform. We may get lucky, and hopefully we do. Hopefully we don't have a bad hurricane this season. Hopefully we don't have some unforeseen disaster like an earthquake that hasn't happened since the 90s. Lord knows we had a 1 in 100-year pandemic in the first term of the Trump administration. Hopefully we don't have anything like that, because they have decimated FEMA in ways that we won't know until it happens. And I know the chairwoman represents an area that didn't have the best experience after Helene. There's no question about that. There's dramatic improvement that needs to be done at FEMA. But I'm deeply concerned what's happened at Homeland, and I don't think the president is aware the current condition that the secretary has put him and the men and women that work there and the states that are going to go to FEMA and rely on them to help them in their time of need. And those resources are going to come slower. Think about it. You don't get to move your logistics. You don't get to move your water, your ice, your power generation, any of your stuff. And let me remind you, I did this for a living. For a Republican governor, I worked for Ron DeSantis for 2.5 years, took my political hat off. So I'm not giving you partisan coverage. I'm giving you the current state of affairs in an agency that has been absolutely destroyed. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz. Ms. Morrison, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern. My amendment today is simple. Before the House advances the largest Medicaid cut in program history, Congress needs to review how this bill will impact hospitals and Americans' access to services. My amendment simply says that the bill cannot take effect until an independent study confirms that these proposed Medicaid cuts will not result in hospital closures or reductions in service, including obstetric services. The Medicaid policies in this bill will strip healthcare coverage from millions of Americans and put essential labor and delivery services on the chopping block. Our country is already facing a worsening maternal health crisis and carelessly ripping away women's access to care without any consideration, and it's just plain cruel. We're already dead last in maternal mortality compared to our peer nations, and instead of putting forward a bill that will actually improve women's health and support moms and babies, my Republican colleagues have chosen to gut the program that covers more than 50% of births in many areas of Minnesota. Having cared for women and their babies for over 20 years as an OBGYN, I am appalled by how callously members of this chamber have turned their backs on their constituents. In my home state of Minnesota, 1.4 million Minnesotans get healthcare coverage through Medicaid, and millions more depend on the hospitals and providers who have been unequivocally clear that the Medicaid cuts in this bill will decimate their ability to provide care. Unequivocally clear that the cuts will force them to reduce services or shut down entirely. And the reality is, if hospitals are unable to keep their lights on and deliver care, we will all pay the price. People will not be able to access care. People will have more medical debt and they will be less healthy. People will suffer. People will die. I would encourage my Republican colleagues to believe the words of the hospitals that serve their constituents, the patients that live in their districts, and analysis after analysis that confirms that these cuts will cost millions of Americans their access to care. So my Republican colleagues who hold majority rule of this chamber, let's be very clear here. You can stop this right now. You can stop the hospital closures. You can stop the cuts to services. You can stop 14 million Americans from losing access to health insurance. You can stop the worsening of the maternal health care crisis and rural hospital crisis. You have the power. You can stop this. More than a dozen of our Republican colleagues here in the House have spoken out and said they cannot support deep cuts to Medicaid. Other Republicans have called these massive cuts morally wrong. And more than a dozen state legislators from my home state of Minnesota wrote our Republican delegation and the president making a very clear case about how this would be a disaster and begged them not to go through with these cuts. I have a copy with me here, Madam Chair, and I request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. The Minnesota Republican legislators wrote, and I quote, "Too deep of a cut is unmanageable in any instance. Massive Medicaid reductions could punish Minnesota for being such a strong leader in greater efficiencies and better outcomes. Drastic reductions to Medicaid funding have the potential to impact the 1.4 million people we serve and place incredible pressure on our overall state budget." And they closed with, "Please remind our good leaders in Washington that simply cutting the budget is not going to take away our responsibilities to the aged, those with disabilities, mental health needs, children, and the poor," end quote. So to my Republican colleagues, please hear the pleas of your state counterparts as you consider this bill today. I also have with me here a letter from Minnesota's nonprofit hospitals, and Madam Chair, I would request consent for this letter to be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of their points. They wrote, and I quote, "Any reduction in federal support would trigger immediate consequences. Patients will lose access, hospitals will be forced to reduce services and will face impossible choices. And communities across our state will feel the effects whether they are covered by Medicaid or not. We know these are difficult budget discussions, but cutting Medicaid doesn't erase the need for care. It simply shifts the burden to states, to hospitals, and ultimately to the very people the program is meant to protect," end quote. Their pleas are clear, their threats are real, the facts are undeniable. So please, on behalf of all Americans, I implore you to do the right thing, rule this amendment in order, and stop these cuts. I yield, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Fishbach, do you have any questions? Mr. McGovern?
Again, I want to thank all of you for your patience and for being here, and you remind all of us of the fact that the underlying bill, the reconciliation bill, is a lousy piece of legislation. I mean, the attacks on health care, attacks on food assistance, the attacks on public lands, the attacks on FEMA, the attacks on, and the indifference on AI, which is a very dangerous thing that we're about to do. I mean, basically saying we're not going to do our job in the Congress, but we're going to prevent states from doing anything to protect the citizens. I mean, just so many things. I mean, this bill should not be coming to the floor. Your amendments are all good, and we're going to make the case that they should be made in order when we get to the point of actually reporting out a rule. But again, I think it is so important that you stayed here and that you made the case as to how we could improve the bill. Did you have, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add something that I know is near and dear to your heart because you're such a leader on food insecurity and it's done such incredible work. These so-called work requirements are such a fig leaf. They're such a pretext when in reality, the census data shows that 82% of households with working age adults who do not live with minor children and did not receive disability benefits had earnings during the year 2023. Right, yeah. This is not an issue that needs to be addressed. It is an issue that is being created so that poor Americans can struggle even more.
Yeah. Again, we had this discussion in the Ag Committee. I mean, of a single mother with a 7-year-old child, you know, who loses her job, and she has 90 days to get another job. Otherwise, she loses her benefit. And the back and forth in the Ag Committee was like, well, you know, he's 7 years old, the child's at school. I mean, like, do people realize what time school gets out? I mean, if people are working, I mean, what happens during the summer? What happens during vacations? I mean, again, many people are able to juggle all this stuff. And the majority of people who are able-bodied, who are on SNAP, actually do work. And there are work requirements, especially for those who are able-bodied adults without dependents. But to be totally indifferent to what life is like for a single parent with a 7 or 8 or 9-year-old child, and to just say, oh, one glove fits all, it's just a cruel and rotten thing to do. And we're talking about food assistance and a really, you know, meager food benefit. On average, $2 per person per meal. You know, and by the way, with the state cost share, that requirement now, many states won't be able to meet that cost share, and so that $2 benefit will get even less. I mean, you can't buy a cup of coffee in the Capitol for $2. And it's like this is where you're going to try to get money to offset tax cuts for billionaires? Like, who does this? I mean, like, who thought this brilliant idea up? I mean, it's just such a terrible thing to do. I mean, there are other things we can do to improve programs. Every program can be improved. But this is not it. And I appreciate your amendment. I appreciate all your amendments and look forward to working with you. I yield back.
Thank you. I just, again, wanted to, we'll just wave at this point. I want to thank you all for your amendments and for sticking around so long. Representative Lofgren, I really appreciated your bringing attention to the fact that when cuts are made to scientific research, medical research, it doesn't just harm that research. And of course, we've heard about, you know, ovarian cancer trials being paused, people not being able to get treatment that they were hoping would impact their issues. But we then know there's job loss when that happens. We're hearing from universities in my district that students who thought they had internships, which would make them the researchers of tomorrow, are losing those internships. And then we're hearing from contractors and tradespeople that universities, in order to try to preserve some of the research, are diverting funding from capital projects. And then we have contractors losing those jobs and tradespeople being laid off because those things are happening. And Rep. Houlihan, you know, we have so many veterans in southeastern Pennsylvania. I think you and I, we each have about 27,000, 28,000 veterans in our districts. You've got the Coatesville facility in your district. The Philadelphia VA is adjacent to my district. And of course, we've just tried to expand the benefits available to our veterans through the PACT Act. And at the same time that we're trying to expand those benefits and make sure that people actually get the treatment that they are entitled to, that they've earned through their service, we're seeing these funding cuts and the pulling back. So thank you for amendments bringing attention to all of that and everything that people have put forward. Excuse me, losing my voice. I yield back.
Could I just address the science issue briefly? Because we've seen reductions in physics, in mathematics, in chemistry, in computer science, And what we've seen all across the United States is universities reducing the number of doctoral students that they are admitting because they cannot see how to pay for the research. So what's happening? Europe, Canada, and yes, China are recruiting the scientists that we are losing. So we are going to pay a big economic price for a long time for what's already happened. So let's stop the digging and try and recover, because this is going to hit our economy in a way that is really terrible, terrible impact. And I thank you for.
Well, and you do bring up another point, which is that these foreign students coming to the U.S., when we are making them feel unwelcome, they often pay full freight.
Correct.
Which is really, really helpful to our universities, and all of a sudden, that's an income source that
Well,
they
the
don't
number
have.
of F1 student applications has completely crashed.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're losing money because they subsidize the American students. And then we're also losing, you know, almost 50% of the Nobel Prize winners who are Americans in the sciences were Americans by choice, Americans born someplace else. Those people are not going to be here in our future.
So it's a talent drain and a financial drain. Thank you. I yield back.
Thanks, Ms. Scanlon. Do my colleagues on my side have any questions? Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Seeing no one else having questions, the panel is excused. Thank you very much for coming. If the next panel we could do, I hope you did this, start down here and move up. Ms. Ansari, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Kassar, Ms. Williams, Mr. Cisneros, Mr. Curson, and Mr. Takano. Doesn't really matter which seat you sit in. I'll call you by the way you were on this list. Yeah, mark them. No, Ms. Hayes. No, Kassar. Cisneros. Ms. Ansari, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, for allowing me the opportunity to join today's hearing. First, let me start by saying that the fact that we have been here since the literal middle of the night at a committee markup that will determine the federal government's budget, something that affects every single American, is absurd. But I'm proud of the showing of Democrats in this room, of colleagues who have been here for decades, alongside some colleagues who, like me, have been here for just a couple of months. We hail from different parts of the country, different backgrounds, different ideas on policy, but we stand united against this bill and the process by which it is moving through this committee. I urge you to support my amendment that would strike the text of the bill and replace it with the Stock Act 2.0. This would prevent government officials and their immediate family members from being able to trade individual stocks. The original Stock Act barred members of Congress, the president, vice president, and high-level staff from engaging in insider trading or otherwise using non-public information for their own benefit. It also included important updates to financial transparency by requiring these high-ranking government officials to disclose financial transactions to the public. It is because of this latter provision that we discovered earlier this month that the chairman of the committee with jurisdiction over oil and gas, as well as mining lease sales, bought up to $150,000 in stock throughout the month of March. Those stocks included shares of oil companies like ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, ConocoPhillips, Suncor, and Canadian Natural Resources. They also included mining companies like BHP, Freeport-McMoRan, and Rio Tinto, for whom the largest shareholder is a Chinese state-owned corporation. These oil and mining stock trades took place while the chairman was writing a major portion of this very bill, the portion that is an unprecedented multi-billion-dollar giveaway to oil and mining companies. Now, so many of these CEOs are set to directly benefit from this partisan budget that makes draconian cuts to the programs on which my constituents and my Republican colleagues' constituents rely on. This is bigger than any one member benefiting from a stock trade. It's about this legislation as a whole, a budget that endorses this kind of behavior, uplifts it, and makes it into real policy that benefits the ultra-rich getting richer over everything else. Let's be clear, this so-called big, beautiful bill is not in the interest of the American people. It includes billions of dollars in cuts from critical programs such as SNAP and Medicaid. Over 7.6 million Americans would lose their health insurance just from these cuts. And that doesn't include the millions of Americans that would lose access to health care when hospitals that rely on Medicaid are forced to shut down, all while giving trillions of dollars in handouts to mega corporations and the ultra-wealthy. And now we also know that at least one member of Congress could personally and directly enrich himself from these provisions. This is corruption, plain and simple. My amendment would strike the text of this bill and replace it with legislation that would prevent this sort of corruption from public officials. This is not a partisan issue, it is common sense. Members of Congress should not be able to use their positions of power for personal financial gain, nor should there be a perception of such. We should not have to rely on the self-restraint of members of Congress to resist the temptation of self-dealing and insider trading. It just should not be allowed. Even Speaker Mike Johnson voiced his support for banning stock trading for members of Congress last week, stating that members of Congress should not, quote, have any appearance of impropriety, end quote. The oil and mining stock trade that happened while the chair was writing this bill to give away unprecedented sums to oil and mining industries most certainly has the appearance of impropriety. I sincerely hope that it is just an appearance. At a time when public trust in Congress is abysmal, we have to work harder to rebuild it. Banning stock trades by members of Congress is the first step. It's the lowest hanging fruit. There is absolutely no reason why Republicans on this committee should oppose this amendment. I urge the committee to make my amendments in order. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chairman, Ranking Member McGovern. There's so much to talk about in this bill, and I have several amendments, and I want to highlight two of them. But before I do that, I wanted to make some general comments on behalf of the residents of Texas 32 and the great state of Texas. You know, our deficit is at catastrophic levels. We've had multiple committee hearings in this building that suggest we're going to be facing some very impending financial crisis. Our federal credit rating was just reduced. And this bill and the Republicans in this building are voting to add $4 trillion to the deficit in the most irresponsible way possible, on the backs of hungry children, on the backs of young mothers and families and the poor in this country to keep them from getting health care, on the backs of children and kids who want to get an education in cybersecurity, on the backs of safety of our aviation and our airports, on the backs of FEMA and states for disaster preparedness, on the backs of law enforcement officers who are being routinely terminated, on the backs of woeful areas of across this government for lack of prudent and proper investment to the health and safety and the prosperity of this country. And we're being put in a dire financial strait so that the President of the United States can reward a few of his friends with extra money in their bank account that they don't need, that they can't spend. And the Republicans in this Congress have abdicated all the values that they have campaigned on for decades in homage to this one man. And it is a travesty to this government and to the American people that this is happening. Democrats have been protesting this viciously all through the day in the weeks preceding this to have the American people wake up and say, this is harming you. This bill will hurt the American people. I have an amendment for the Affordable Care Act tax credit. Millions of people get their health care in this country because of the Affordable Care Act. Texas is one of the leading states of it. Our state and our healthcare system is going to be devastated. And this is a bill that is supposed to give tax cuts, but yet we are removing one of the most critical tax cuts that the American people rely on. It makes absolutely no sense. How can we tout the greatest tax cut bill to the American people at the same time we are cutting one of the most important tax cuts that benefits the vast majority of the American people? And I really would like to urge this committee to restore the tax cuts of the Affordable Care Act. Millions and millions of people in the state of Texas and across this land desperately rely on that to get the desperate needs of healthcare. Small businesses, our new entrepreneurs, the young people who don't work for big corporations with vast amounts of employees to have diversity of risk. They rely on the Affordable Care Act. And health insurance is already one of the leading expenses of a family in this country, and it is prohibitively expensive. And this initiative, the Affordable Care Act, and these tax credits make it possible. The other amendment I would like to address for this committee is to restore funding to FEMA. I sit on the Homeland Security Committee. I've heard so much testimony about the urgent need and the critical role that FEMA plays as the backstop for states and American families when nature and the disaster strike out of the blue without ability to prepare. It's the safety net that is so critically relied on by so many. Our country will be at an peril on our national security, on our preparedness, if we don't have FEMA to come in and put the pieces back together. To just today, horrible tornadoes ripped through Alabama. I mean, no state is free from natural disaster. And Texas is certainly one of the states that has had to rely on FEMA the most. Hurricane Harvey decimated our Gulf Coast. Tornadoes decimate North Texas. We're the 6th largest economy in the world, the state of Texas. And without FEMA, we will be so burdened in putting our country back together that the federal government will also be harmed. I appreciate the consideration for this committee, and I strongly encourage you to adopt my amendments and make them in order. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Hayes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Hungry kids don't learn. This issue has always been important to me. Unless and until you've come into your classroom on a Monday morning and seen a kid with their head down, knowing that they haven't had a decent meal since they left, you can't understand. Unless and until you find yourself automatically packing a second piece of fruit in your lunch because you expect that one of your students is going to ask you for it, you can't understand. It changes you. It does something to you. When I came to Congress, I knew I would work to help address food insecurity. But my Republican colleagues here in this bill seek to exacerbate it. Hunger is a policy choice, and today we're considering legislation that makes the choice to take food away from people, from children. The reconciliation bill we are considering here today is the largest ever cut to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Approximately $313 billion will be taken away from the most vulnerable in our country: hungry children, families, veterans, and seniors. Republicans are pushing a legislative package that guts SNAP, the most efficient and effective anti-poverty program in this nation. The cost-sharing provisions in this legislation are going to shift the financial burden to states, forcing the states to cut benefits, eligibility, or both in order to reduce costs. States have always been responsible for hiring staff and administering the benefits they receive through the federal government and paying an equal share with the federal government. Under this bill, a workforce already facing shortages would have more responsibility to address paperwork errors with fewer funds. This bill does nothing to support workforce development or the administrative support that will come as a result of these changes. In my state of Connecticut, the Department of Social Services estimates that this would cost an additional $177 million per year. But based on the FY23 error rates, the state of New York, which would be forced to pay $1.8 billion, Texas, $1.074 billion, Georgia, $82 million, and North Carolina, $584 million in additional costs to administer these programs. Additionally, this legislation would prevent the Secretary of Agriculture from reevaluating the Thrifty Food Plan, which is used to determine benefit eligibility amounts. This bill also expands work requirements for older adults up to age 65 and for parents in households with children age 7 or older, which means that 4 million children between the ages of 7 and 17 who live in households that receive SNAP would be at risk of losing some type of food assistance. While expanding these requirements, this legislation does nothing, once again, to fund workforce development programs or increase access to child care for these families. I would also note that when children lose their SNAP benefits, they automatically lose their CEP, which is the community eligibility provision that allows them to get free and reduced lunch at school. So not only is food being taken away from children at home, it is being taken away from them at school. My amendment is simple. It prevents any cuts to SNAP that would reduce benefits for the 42 million Americans who rely on the program for food assistance. My amendment says that this legislation can only take effect once the USDA and all state agencies issue reports evaluating and certifying that any changes made to SNAP would not result in a reduction of benefits to eligible individuals or decrease in population. SNAP serves 16 million children, 8 million seniors, and 4 million people with disabilities. I've heard over and over and over that the target is able-bodied adults without dependents who have the ability to work. If that is true, and that is the only group you are targeting, then it should be simple to make sure that we are protecting children and families and seniors and those with disabilities from being cut off of these programs. I can't understand why my Republican colleagues would not vote for that. Based on your testimony and everything that you've said in regards to SNAP, these aren't the people you're going after anyway. So we should all work together to ensure that we protect them. I've heard members from the other side of the aisle say that their intention is not to cut benefits. This amendment is your chance to go on the record and do just that. While I question the intent here and where we are going, I understand with fidelity the outcome and who will be affected. In the wealthiest nation in the world, we have the ability to feed children. We don't have a drought, we don't have a famine, we don't have a war. We have policies that intend to take food out of the mouths of children. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Mr. Kassar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. So in this terrible Republican budget bill, we're talking about saving money by cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. But then when we actually look at the bill about who's taking a cut, well, of course, we are cutting taxes for billionaires, but the people who are taking a cut is a person with a disability who will lose their health care because we say, well, you've got a disability, but it's not quite bad enough, or you didn't fill out this piece of paper. Or we're cutting the $6 a day in food assistance to a child because now you're 8 years old, not 7 years old, so you don't need it anymore. You kidding me? When folks think about waste, fraud, and abuse, we aren't talking about these Americans. If you want to see waste, tens of billions of dollars get milked by big pharma every year off of the taxpayer in the Medicare Advantage program. We could be getting tens of billions of dollars from them. Or if you want to talk about fraud, we could be talking about the billionaires who hide their money in offshore accounts that we should be going after. Or if you want to talk about abuse, this bill that's supposed to be saving money has $25 billion in it for Trump's Golden Dome project. That recently was reported. The person most likely to get that money is Elon Musk. So while he's in the White House playing with the president, this bill is sending potentially $25 billion to Elon Musk. When we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, we should be looking at those folks with lots of power who are milking the taxpayers, not the biggest Medicare cut in American history or the biggest Medicaid cut in American history. So come on, y'all. So one of the amendments I've proposed is pretty simple. Let's say if a federal court finds that Elon Musk abused his power to be able to route money to himself, then we could save ourselves billions of dollars by automatically canceling out these billionaire tax cuts and the billions of dollars in contracts that Elon Musk has. If nobody on this panel thinks that Elon Musk hasn't been abusing his power, then we could just put this amendment in order and take it to a vote. If Elon Musk is found to have abused his power, we can save ourselves a whole bunch of money. And as if that isn't enough of the heart of the hypocrisy here, the Republican Party that campaigned on saving people money, one, is talking about saving billionaires money with their tax cut, and two, in this bill, they're going to jack up the premiums on health care for the people that rely on the marketplace for their health care. And so I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their health care. If anybody wants to mention, we have the numbers, everybody here has the numbers, how much your constituents are going to have to pay more every year in health care because of this bill. I don't know the numbers for my district. It's going to be a 50% increase, over $400 in my district. And that's actually not even close to how much in many of the Republican districts there's going to be an increase. I would yield the mic.
I think we're 78% in my district.
78% in Mr. McGovern's district. Maybe none of the Republican members want to mention it, but the Republican gentleman from New York, there would be a 44% increase, $2,000 a year hit to his constituents in their health care costs. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia, his constituents would face an increase in $770 a year in their health care premiums. The distinguished Republican chairwoman of this committee, a 60% increase in health care premiums, and that's on average. The distinguished Republican congresswoman here from Minnesota was recently told here by the committee on the budget that a 60-year-old couple with a joint income of $85,000 a year in her district would see an $11,000 a year increase in their costs while we're giving tax cuts to billionaires. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kassar. Ms. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern. Y'all, this meeting started at 1 a.m. and has been going through the entire night, morning, and now day. We're considering one of the most harmful bills to ever come before the House, cutting health care from 14 million Americans, taking food from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans. My Republican colleagues were hoping that my Democratic colleagues and I would sleep through the night as the American people slept. But what's done in the dark, y'all, comes to the light, and I'm here to shed the light. That's why I stayed up all night, and that's why I'm here right now as the voice of Georgia's fighting 5th Congressional District. I follow in the footsteps of the late Congressman John Lewis, known as the conscience of the Congress. And if there's anything Republicans need more of these days, it's a conscience. Because who with a conscience would rip health care away from 14 million people in this country? Who with a conscience would make the largest cut in history to food benefits for children, seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities? Who with a conscience would add $5 trillion to the deficit with nothing to show for it but billionaire tax cuts? No one with a conscience would do any of that, but that's exactly what this Republican so-called one big beautiful bill would do. Congressman John Lewis would be ashamed of y'all. I know that I am. But you know what? He'd be proud of his Democratic colleagues for making the good trouble by unleashing that on behalf of the American people. House Democrats wrote 537 amendments to your so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. Just because Republicans aren't willing to change their bill to actually help the American people, it definitely won't stop us from offering these amendments because we know that it doesn't have to be this way. I have 16 amendments myself. One, to invest in programs to increase our housing supply and lower housing costs. Another, to stop taxpayer funding for anti-abortion clinics that spread disinformation about women's health care. Another, to stop Trump from cutting essential federal workers without at least getting a report from Congress on how it'll harm government services. Another, to stop Trump from profiting off funding for presidential security. An additional one, to increase nutrition benefits and eligibility for students. Another, to require reports on how the policies in this bill affect low-income individuals and racial inequities. Another, to stop January 6th insurrectionists from getting a settlement from the federal government for their crimes. And yet another, to ensure that members of Congress can continue conducting lawful oversight in ICE facilities. Another one, to make maternal medical care, menstrual products, and broadband costs covered expenses for determining people's eligibility for food assistance. Another, to stop Elon Musk from selling the federal government AI systems while he's employed by our federal government. And yet another, to stop any funds in this bill from being used to unconstitutionally remove a United States citizen from this country. Another, to require the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to remain independent of whoever is president, Democratic or Republican. And yet another, to keep the funding for sustainable aviation fuel, which supports our aviation industry to be cleaner and more environmentally friendly. If my Republican colleagues really want to do right by the American people, you'd approve all of these amendments. I can't fix everything in this horrible bill, even with the 16 amendments that I'm offering, but these would definitely be a start. And next time, maybe open up this big, beautiful bill to some big, beautiful debate in the light of day. Because it doesn't matter what your ideas are if you can't defend them in broad daylight for the American people. You must be hiding something from the American people. The children, seniors, and veterans in my district that will lose health care and SNAP benefits, y'all, they are more than a line item in a budget. They are real people simply trying to survive. So don't turn your back on them to give tax cuts to billionaires. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Cisneros, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee. I am deeply disappointed with how this hearing came about. The majority scheduled a hearing in the middle of the night to further their agenda without debate or scrutiny. But the timing of the hearing cannot hide the fact this legislation rips off the American people. It increases tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans, paid for by nearly $700 billion in cuts to Medicaid and $267 billion cuts to SNAP. I'm here to offer 4 amendments to this flawed legislation and urge the committee to make them in order. My first amendment seeks to ensure Congress is authorizing the funds needed to pay our child care workers and maintain our modernized and the facilities where they work in the Department of Defense. My amendment would increase child care fee assistance to $200 million, add $1.3 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps, and Space Force Child Development Center facility maintenance, and include $1 billion for child care provider compensation under the Department of Defense's modernization of the Child Development Program staffing model passed in the fiscal year 25 NDAA. I want to be clear, my amendment does not raise the top line. Instead, it will take from an expensive and unnecessary program and instead support our service members' family needs. My next amendment seeks to reassert congressional oversight into the activities of the Department of Defense. My amendment allows the department to access the first $100 billion of the bill's funding, but before the department can use the last $50 billion, it simply requires the department to answer some elementary oversight questions about DOJ and the Department of Defense. I support better efficiency and program management at the Pentagon, as I know many of my colleagues do. I've been proud to support numerous efforts to that effect, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan way in the future, but that's not what this bill is. Our responsibility is to conduct oversight, and so far, Our questions to the department have yielded insubstantial or non-existent answers, and the administration seems unable to explain the role of DOJ in the Department of Defense. I know the DoD is capable of giving thoughtful responses. I have sat in the witness seat before and have answered questions, and I've been required to reply to congressional inquiries, which I gladly did because that was my responsibility. At the very least, we should understand what this unauthorized department is doing to one of the departments that we are supposed to be overseeing in Congress. My third amendment seeks to expand eligibility for the employer-provide child care tax credit. This amendment would define small business concern in accordance with the Small Business Act for the purpose of the employer-provided child care tax credit. This would help small businesses attract and retain employees that are working parents. My final amendment seeks to revise the short title of the bill to the One Big Billionaire Bailout Act. Raising a child, owning a small business, having access to affordable and quality health care in this economy, it's becoming more difficult with the rising cost of living. Again, this bill, instead of helping hardworking Americans nationwide, gives a government handout to billionaires and the wealthiest Americans at the expense of everyone else. The name matters because it tells the truth of what this fine print hides. I am happy to tell the American people who this bill really serves, because it is not them. Again, I urge you to make these amendments in order. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cisneros. Mr. Chicano, I'll go to you next.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's begin with the obvious. This bill, the so-called budget reconciliation package, is not even finished. Republican leadership is asking members to vote on a moving target with text still changing and details still unclear. Even Republican members don't know what's in it, but they're being told to rush this to the floor before the holiday weekend so they can hand Donald Trump a political win. Trump has made his demand clear. Unite behind what is possibly the most budget-busting piece of legislation in modern U.S. history. And now, Republicans are stuck between their talking point of deficit reduction and their obligation to do whatever Donald Trump tells them to do. Last night, the Congressional Budget Office released its score. It found that this bill would increase the deficit by $2.3 trillion over the next decade. Let me say that again, $2.3 trillion. That would trigger automatic cuts to Medicare and other vital programs unless Congress steps in. And who benefits? According to the CBO, the richest 10% of Americans would see their incomes go up, while the poorest 10% would see theirs go down. So yes, this bill deserves a name, and I would call it One Big Billionaire Payout. And while billionaires and corporations are poised to win big, the people I serve, veterans, students, and working families are set to lose. I'm offering 10 amendments to stop the worst of this damage. First, I've introduced an amendment to exempt disabled veterans from new Medicaid work requirements. Now, not all veterans are eligible to receive their health care from VA, and currently 1.6 million veterans rely on Medicaid. This bill would subject as many as 1 million of them to bureaucratic red tape just to keep their health care. Many veterans with service-connected disabilities fall below the disability rating that makes them eligible for VA care, and significant barriers to employment. Punishing them for that is not reform, it's cruelty. Now, second, if you're going to rip away veterans' health care, the least you can do is tell them. My amendment would require CMS to notify veterans who are losing Medicaid coverage. Third, I've offered a similar amendment requiring USDA to notify veterans and service members if they're kicked off SNAP. Over 1 million veterans rely on food assistance, and this bill, again, takes from those who served and gives to those who stockpile wealth without sacrifice. Fourth and fifth, I propose creating websites through HHS and USDA to help veterans navigate the fallout, healthcare and nutrition resources for those losing coverage. It's a modest effort to clean up the mess this bill creates. Sixth, I'm offering an amendment to preserve nursing home staffing reforms. In 2024, CMS finalized a rule to address dangerous understaffing. This bill delays that and could cost lives. University of Pennsylvania research estimates 13,000 lives would be saved annually under that rule. Who exactly are we protecting by delaying that? Certainly not the seniors living in those homes. My seventh amendment strikes the repeal of the 2023 Borrower Defense Rule, a protection for student borrowers defrauded by predatory colleges. In just 1 year, over 770,000 students filed claims. This bill would make it nearly impossible for future victims to get relief. 8th, I strike the repeal of the 90-10 rule fix, a bipartisan protection that keeps for-profit colleges from targeting veterans as dollar signs. Without it, GI Bill recipients become cash cows for worthless diploma mills, and taxpayers foot the bill when these shady schools collapse. 9th, I proposed a certify no harm amendment which would simply require federal agencies to confirm that these provisions won't increase fraud against student veterans before they take effect. If Republicans are so confident this bill won't hurt anyone, this should be an easy yes. And finally, my 10th amendment includes the Protect Students Act, codifying essential safeguards against deceptive marketing, inflated job placement claims, and outright fraud by for-profit colleges and loan servicers. And let me close by reminding my colleagues that this isn't some routine budget bill. This is reverse Robin Hood. It steals health care from veterans, it steals food from hungry families, it steals loan protections from students, and it steals safety from nursing home residents. And it does all that to give billionaires a payday with a price tag of $2.3 trillion in new debt. This isn't about values, it's about vanity, trying to give a twice-impeached former president a talking point for his next rally. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and reject this sham of a bill. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. Mr. Carson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you for providing me the time to testify this afternoon. I have 4 amendments to this reconciliation bill. My amendments protect Medicaid, passenger rail, our environment, and would protect the middle class. I first want to speak on Amendment 428 to conduct a comprehensive audit within 180 days to assess the impact of this bill's impact on income inequality in our country. The GOP claims their tax policies will benefit the middle class. I say prove it. Prove to the American people that the tax policies in this bill will help the middle class, not the ultra-wealthy. Next, my Amendment 168 addresses one of the most urgent, life-threatening issues in this bill, which is that this bill would slash health care for 14 million Americans. Just this afternoon, an Indianapolis woman named Joan contacted our office. She is about to turn 65, she's disabled, and she receives Medicaid to survive. She told me, at 65 years old, I have nowhere else to go, and I don't want to lose my home, and I don't want to lose my health care. Yesterday evening, I spoke on the House floor about 3 women from my district in Indy, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann, who rely on SNAP and Medicaid to survive. These are just 3 of the thousands of people who have reached out to us in the past few weeks. We receive messages from folks every day who are afraid for themselves, but they're also terrified for their children, other people's children, their family members, other people's family members. That's because Indianapolis is a community that cares about one another. We look out for one another. It's what we do. It's who we are. I've always been proud of my hometown, but I'm even more proud of hearing the groundswell of support, especially over the last week, from those in Indianapolis who have overwhelmingly told me we must help our neighbors and we must protect Medicaid. I'm here today to fight for the people of Indianapolis who deserve a government that stands with them, not billionaires. This past week, our country has watched members of Congress debate essentially who deserves to live and who deserves to die in our country. For 14 million Americans, health care and Medicaid cuts aren't a political discussion. They are a matter of life and death. 14 million Americans would lose health care under this current bill. That includes newborns, children, seniors, and postpartum mothers, the most vulnerable among us. We've also watched Republican members of Congress deny that this bill will slash Medicaid, even though a nonpartisan analysis found that the Republican budget simply would not be possible without cutting Medicaid and essential health care. And yet, many of my colleagues still deny that this budget will drastically cut essential health care. So, my message to my colleagues is prove it. If you insist your bill will not hurt Medicaid, if you insist this bill will not snatch health care out of the hands of 14 million men, women, and children, prove it by simply passing my amendment. My amendment would ensure none of the provisions of this bill will take effect if there is an increase in mortality rates due to reduced access to health care services as a result of this bill. If Republicans truly believe this bill is not taking money away from Medicaid to give tax breaks to billionaires, then they should have no problem passing this amendment. If Republicans believe that at a minimum, we should make sure this bill does not cause Americans to die, then they shouldn't have a problem passing my amendment. I would like to close my remarks, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, by reminding us again of Joan, Erica, Bethany, and Carol Ann in the great Hoosier State. I implore you to remember their humanity. 14 million people who stand to lose their health care are relying on us to do the right thing. Protect Medicaid, protect health care, protect our children. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Carson. Does anyone on my side wish to ask any questions? Mr. Scott, Mr. Griffith? Okay. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, no, again, I want to thank everybody here for being in the fight. There's too much at stake. I mean, you highlighted many of the concerns that have been echoed over and over again today. Thank you. I mean, Johanna Hayes and I were on the Ag Committee when they marked up the Ag section of this reconciliation bill, and it was maddening. And not just because of the impact of the cuts on children, on vulnerable people, on senior citizens, on veterans, on people with disabilities, but this kind of indifference, like it's no big deal. And it is a big deal. It is a big deal. If you can't put food on the table for your kids, that's a huge deal. That's every parent's worst nightmare. You know, if you're a senior citizen, not being able to afford your medication and your food, that's a big deal. And you know, a lot of the issues that were raised by this panel, you know, point to the fact that it seems that the people who are going to suffer the most are the most vulnerable, and the people who are well off and well connected and have the most are going to get even more. And so, again, I thank you for staying. Some of you have been here like since 1 o'clock in the morning. Some, I've seen you in the hallways at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know, and so you've been around. And but I really do think it's important that people speak up. And Ms. Hayes.
I just want to say that, thank you for that, but as many of you know, I spent my career as a classroom teacher, and when you're on the other side of these processes and you're in a building with children and not really understanding how these policy decisions are being made, everything from protecting them from gun violence to mental health and wraparound services to something as basic as food. You know, understanding that federal law prohibited the lunch lady from even giving students a sandwich at the end of the day, and instead she had to throw it away. It is heartbreaking. So then to get here and be faced with the realization that there are people who understand what these policies do and still support them. These are not oversights. These are not loopholes. These are policy choices and intentional decisions that are being made. Right now, we are debating legislation once again. I mean, I saw it in the debt ceiling negotiations, in the CR, in every budget every year, and now in reconciliation, where we move from hypotheticals to reduce food benefits that directly impact children. And it's something that I will never understand for as long as I am in this body. I will also never stop fighting for those kids, because I understand that they deserve a chance. And in the same breath where we are talking about subsidies and tax cuts and corporations and tax breaks and even deductions, something as basic as food should just not be an issue. And the idea of, I've heard many people just keep throwing out waste and fraud and abuse. If that was truly the concern, we would be supporting SNAP administrators and making sure that we had highly qualified staff to process these applications. If that was truly the concern, we would be investing in workforce development to put people back to work. Because I can tell you, no one wants to be poor. And $6 per person per day is not a come up.
And if we're really interested in fraud, waste, and abuse, I don't know why we don't look at the Department of Defense, which can't seem to pass an audit, but that we're giving
No,
them-
we've increased their
Yeah,
budget.
we're increasing their budget. But this is a fight worth having, and I'm glad you're all in the fight. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Scanlon.
Yeah, I appreciate Mr. Carson's amendment, which really tries to get at what the underlying principles are in this bill, and is this tax policy really going to help people? And as we've been locked in our little room here for the last however long, 2 hours ago, I've got an article from CNBC. Dow slides more than 800 points as spiking Treasury yields and deficit fears spur a sell-off. And there's multiple articles out there now talking about the fact that this bill moving through with its deficit increases, although they're being used to justify all these cuts to essential services, but the fact that this is going to explode the deficit is causing another stock market dip and causing Treasury bonds, something I never thought I'd spend a lot of time talking about, to spike. You know, it's just, it undercuts the whole argument for this bill. So thank you for thinking about that. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse. Thank you. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you very much. I mean, I think a lot of what we have been talking about today is what is fair, right? What is right for the American people, how we build back trust up, and how what we're seeing in this bill is this big transfer, this favoritism to the wealthy, this prioritizing them over the hungry kids in the classroom, over the families who need that assistance with the health care premiums, the Affordable Care Act. Americans love the Affordable Care Act, right? And one of the ways, Representative Ansari, when you suggest we do the Stock Act, you're essentially saying, let's put trust back in the system. Is that right? I mean, what is the impetus for that?
Yeah, I mean, we know that about 87% of Americans, both Democrats, independents, and Republicans, believe that members of Congress should not be trading stocks. And when I discovered during the natural resources markup that the chairman of that committee, for the first time in the 10 years that he's been in Congress, decided to suddenly trade hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of oil and gas stocks, I was genuinely shell-shocked.
But it was the concept was let's put trust back in the system. And I see we have one of the sponsors who might be joining us on another one of our panels. But I think that's this concept of who is benefiting and how do we actually say this is what government can do and this is how we put trust back in the system is really playing throughout all of the testimony, whether it's from veterans, healthcare, hunger, or just let's make sure that Americans trust us. And so thank you for taking the time to make sure that Americans know what we're doing here. Because I can tell you, well, that's going, well, the stock market is terrified of what they are doing here. Americans are watching what we are doing here, and they are so appreciative. And I know we're all getting lots of calls and texts and outreach because they're watching. They are watching, and the senators are watching. I went to go get some food, and the senators are watching what we're doing in rules. Who knew? So thank you, Representative
Can I just say,
Ranking Member
Fernandez,
Tucano.
that we could save money if we did not repeal the 90-10 rule, $1.6 billion. It's going to cost us to put veterans more at risk to be preyed upon by for-profit colleges. And I would say to my friend Johanna Hayes, I'd like to put that $1.6 billion that we would save if we did not repeal 90-10, that would protect our veterans, to put it toward feeding those kids in your classroom.
Yeah, that's what all this is about, was who do we prioritize, right? Let's feed the kids. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. There being no further questions, the panel is dismissed. Let me announce the next panel, and if you all could go down to the end again. Mr. Ruiz, Dr. Adams, Ms. Matsui, Ms. Brown, Mr. Liccardo, Mr. Correa, Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Menendez. One more, yeah, there you go. I did. Ms. Liccardo. Liccardo. Mr. Liccardo, pardon me. It doesn't matter. I'll call you this, it's okay. You can sit either place. Thank you, Dr. Adams. I'll call you number 2, even if you're the third chair. Ms. Matsui just moved a little faster. Well, thank you all very much for being here this afternoon. And I will start with Mr. Ruiz. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Ranking Member, for letting us offer amendments to this big, ugly bill. We all know that taking health insurance away from 13.7 million people, 12.4 million U.S. citizens is going to cause an increase in those that are uninsured. And we all know that when they get sick, their only place for care is going to be in the emergency departments, because our EMTALA laws mandate that emergency care physicians like myself will need to take care of patients if their life, sight, or limbs are threatened. And that uncompensated care is going to increase costs, and it's going to affect everybody, whether or not you have Medicaid or private insurance. So my amendment would require states to produce an assessment of the effects of the coverage losses from this Medicaid title on rates of uncompensated care and emergency department wait times for each hospital that receives a disproportionate share hospital payments. We know that the increase in the population that goes into the hospitals that are uncompensated, that goes into the emergency department, will result in longer wait times to see a physician. There will be increase in overcrowdedness in the hospitals. The hospitals would bear a larger burden of those costs, and hospitals will do several things to make up for that. One is they will increase their own costs, and 2, they will fire healthcare providers, and 3, the other thing they will do is they will start to eliminate the services that don't bring a lot of revenue into the hospital. And those services usually are pediatrics and they're labor and delivery. So children will be affected, maternity care, women, pregnant ladies who are also covered in Medicaid will be affected because those services won't exist in the hospital. And the final thing that they would do, and there's evidence from this, the Inland Empire Health Plan that manages 90% of Medicaid patients in Riverside County and San Bernardino County in California, recently sent me a letter saying that co-signed by 8 hospital CEOs, saying that if there are significant Medicaid cuts, they would be forced to close. So think about this. If you're having an emergency, a stroke, or cardiac ischemia, or heart attack, and that hospital is no longer in your community, where are you going to go for emergency care? And this is those that are on private health insurance too. This is how cutting Medicaid is going to affect everybody. The second amendment that I co-introduced with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez will go after fraud and reinvest in Medicaid Advantage by going after the overcoding problem that exists and take those monies that are saved and reinvest in Medicare. And the reason why we want to invest in Medicare is to help provide the resources for providers to actually pay for the cost of care. You see, providers have not had their reimbursements from Medicare commensurate increase with the cost of providing care, and therefore, since 2001 to about 2023, there's been a 26% cut in the reimbursements for providers. If this continues, providers are going to take less Medicare patients in order to make sure they're able to pay their bills. And so I know that this bill has a quasi-small, pitiful, so-called doc fix, where it's only 75% of the Medicare Economic Index or the inflation rate, and then a few years after that, 10% each year. I want to insert my piece of legislation as through this amendment that would provide the full doc fix, which would tie the Medicare physician reimbursement to 100% of the Medicare Economic Index. Doing so will help protect Medicare for providers and seniors and strengthen the program so that more seniors can have access to that. So if you're really about ugly bill, and with that I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Dr. Adams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for the opportunity to speak this evening. Today I'm offering two amendments, both rooted in things that I thought we all supported, helping families and helping students. But let me start by saying that absolutely there's nothing about this bill that's beautiful. It's actually a big ugly bill, and probably one of the ugliest that I've seen from this chamber. It's ugly because it hurts people. It's ugly because it punishes children. It punishes students and working families, and it's ugly because it tries to disguise cruelty as reform. Now, my First Amendment is about SNAP. We've heard a lot about that. It is the largest and it is the most successful food security program in the nation. It's a lifeline for 49,000 citizens in my district in North Carolina. My SNAP amendment would prevent parents and caregivers of children as young as 7 from losing food assistance if they can't afford child care during the summer months to avoid the existing punitive time limited work requirement of 90 days. And that's important because, you know, when you think about children and their eating, oftentimes the only meal they get is at school. And so, and when we think about the summer, this becomes a real critical problem. And of course, children as young as 7 should not be losing food assistance because we won't provide SNAP for their parents. And some of my Republican colleagues believe that 7 years old is some magical age in which households are not able to list them as dependents when applying for SNAP benefits. So what my amendment would do would correct this so that households with children age 7 can be granted this protection rather than starting at 8 years old. And the goal of the amendment, of course, is to feed more children, to make sure that children can eat. Children should not go hungry anytime. They shouldn't go to bed hungry. They shouldn't go, food is an absolute necessity. And Madam Chair, you know, to take food away from children, it's unconscionable. It's just downright shameful. And so this big, beautiful, bad, ugly bill is set to cut over $300 billion from SNAP, And that's a program that, as we've heard already, helped cut child poverty in half. And so it's a program that helps millions of Americans feed their families, and a program that saves lives. I mean, the bottom line is it's a lifeline. It saves lives. And so this big ugly bill is, as you've heard, it's Robin Hood in reverse, plain and simple. It's poor form, it's terrible policy, and it's bad politics. It's taken from the poor, given to the rich. But let me just turn briefly to my Second Amendment, which strikes the provision in this bill that will cap federal student aid at the national median cost of attendance. This is another example of gatekeeping disguised as reform. The median cost of college for programs of study, that's traditional, but because this cap would take away financial aid from low-income students and students of color based upon an unknown calculations from our colleagues that will dictate the future of our students. It punishes students for failing and daring to dream bigger. It says if you want to be a doctor, if you want to be an engineer, if you want to be a teacher, and your program costs more than average, well, too bad. Well, that's not reform. I've spent my life in education, and I've taught students who benefited from SNAP as well. I've monitored students who rely on Pell, and I've watched both succeed when we choose to invest in them. And these amendments are about those choices. Do we choose to support parents, or do we punish them? Do we choose to lift students up, or do we pull the ladder up behind us? I do want to urge my colleagues to support these amendments for the sake of our Americans, for the sake of our families, for the sake of children, for the sake of students. We need to feed families, and we need to make education accessible by funding students. Thank you for this time, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. Ms. Matsui, you're recognized.
Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, I have two amendments on this rule. I'd like to offer these two amendments. My first amendment is simple. It protects Medicaid eligibility for pregnant people, children, parents of dependent children, and people with disabilities. Republicans keep insisting that their bill won't harm vulnerable Americans, that it won't touch people who really need Medicaid. But that's simply not true. That's not true. They said they should have no problem supporting. Then they should have no problem supporting my amendment. These are the very groups Republicans claim they want to protect. But if they're serious, they should support it. But I doubt they will, because the only way to claim $800 billion in savings is to keep people like Christine, who is a single mom in my district, and millions of others off their coverage. Let's take a second to think about what this means in a person's life, not just as a line item on a spreadsheet. Christine is a single mom doing everything she can to support her two kids. She has been interviewing for jobs but has struggled to land full-time work. In the meantime, Medicaid is how she keeps her family healthy. Because of Medicaid, her children get regular checkups. Her son even recently got braces. That's what Medicaid means to this family, and not a number on a chart, but a healthier future. This bill is filled with red tape and impossible bureaucratic hurdles. It would throw families off of Medicaid and rip away life-saving care, not just from parents, but from children whose health care is tied to their parents. Of the more than 13 million people who will lose their care under this bill, 4.7 million would be because of the red tape requirements in this bill. That would undoubtedly include parents. It will undoubtedly include children, and it will undoubtedly include people with disabilities. So if Republicans are serious about protecting the people they claim to care about, they should support my amendment. And just as this bill undermines health care, it is also weakening our digital security. My second amendment addresses a critical threat, cybersecurity failures that put Americans at risk. It would require cabinet-level officials to receive basic cybersecurity training before auctioning off critical spectrum. That includes following rules about secure communication, rules this administration has routinely ignored. Cyber attacks like Salt Typhoon just show how vulnerable we are, yet instead of strengthening our cyber defenses, the Trump administration is gutting them and turning a blind eye to basic security protocols. We cannot allow sensitive data, health records, or public safety systems to be compromised because this administration refuses to take cybersecurity seriously. So let's be clear. Both of my amendments protect American families. One defends their health care, the other defends their digital safety. If my Republican colleagues truly care about protecting families, they would vote yes on both. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matsui. Ms. Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. My amendment would strike an especially harsh provision in this bill that is rooted in cruelty, not policy. This simple, straightforward amendment would strike the work requirement provision in this big, bad, ugly bill that lowers the age of what we call a dependent child from 18 to 7. From 18 years old to 7 years old. So I'm abundantly clear, we're saying that 8, 9, and 10-year-olds are no longer considered dependent children. Where did this come from? Why is this necessary? Since when is a first grader not a dependent child? Preventing families with children as young as 7 from losing food assistance, that is what we're debating here. This isn't about waste, fraud, or abuse, and we all know it. It's the excuse, not the reason. So I'd like to invite the Republicans on this panel to explain to me, to my colleagues, and to the American people, how exactly does taking food away from struggling families with young children make this country safer, stronger, more secure, healthier, or even great again? Because the Republicans on the Agriculture Committee couldn't answer that question. And maybe that's because they didn't even bother to speak up when asked. Well, my guess is you can't answer that question either, because the answer doesn't exist. There is no national security strategy that says that hungry families are a path to stability in this country. There is no economic model that says that kids going to bed with empty bellies will suddenly lead us to prosperity. The only reason this provision is, the only reason for this provision is to put some cash in the bank so Republicans can turn around and hand out tax cuts for the wealthiest in this country. Right now, SNAP rules allow parents and caregivers with kids under the age of 18 some flexibility. If they can't meet the 80-hour-a-month work requirement because they are raising a kid, caring for family, or stuck in a job with unpredictable hours, they don't lose access to food. This bill changes that. It pulls away basic benefits from the moment a child turns 7. 7. That is a cold, calculated cut that targets struggling families. This provision alone would make this bill reckless, but combined with the sweeping cuts to family services my Democratic colleagues have been highlighting all day and all night, it's not just irresponsible, it's cruel. This bill doesn't serve working Americans, it punishes them. If you don't own a yacht or fly on a private jet, this bill makes your life harder, not easier. It makes your life worse, not better. And it gives you a shove down, not a hand up. This is a backwards, out of touch policy that ignores the real lives of working families. These provisions ignore the daily struggles parents face as they juggle low-wage jobs, childcare gaps, and unpredictable schedules just to keep food on the table. It doesn't encourage stability or self-sufficiency. It punishes poverty. And it sends a dangerous message. If you are struggling, you are on your own. I hope you will support my amendment, and perhaps more importantly, I hope you find it in you to really take the negative impact of this entire bill into consideration and vote no. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Mr. Liccardo, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'll try that again. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Ranking Member, and thank you to all the members of this committee for your endurance over these last 17 hours. I urge the committee to make my amendments in order to take those amendments, amendments 50, 51, and 166, but rather than delving into the details of those amendments, I'd like to express a larger concern about what I call the big bloated borrowing bill. I'd like to talk about what this budget and its borrowing does to our children. In March, I visited Meadows Elementary in East San Jose, where I read a favorite book, The Giving Tree, to a group of fourth graders in a high-need neighborhood in East San Jose. And afterward, a tall girl sitting in the front asked me what it is that we do in Congress to help kids like them. And I talked to her about school lunches. I talked to her about helping her and her mom when they go to the doctor. And I talked to her about how when she has dreams to go to college, we can help her with what we call Pell Grants. No longer, not if this budget is approved. You've heard from my colleagues over the last 17 hours about what this proposed budget will do for our children. Yesterday, the Urban Institute issued a report revealing that the reconciliation bill could cause up to 18.3 million children to lose their access to free school meals. We know many of those children will rely on that meal as their only and their best source of nutrition. We also know that children comprise 40% of the estimated 9.7 to 14 million Americans who will lose their health insurance because of these cuts. Packard Foundation report just revealed that 914,000 children alone will lose their health insurance because the parents getting knocked out as a result of the work requirement, or at least not being able to complete the laborious paperwork for that. I know you've heard all of this in one form or another from my Democratic colleagues over the last 17 hours, but I want to actually talk about what you're hearing from your Republican colleagues. When I'm told you've heard from some of your colleagues, quietly in caucus meetings, of course, only a few of them have spoken in public, that this is the most fiscally irresponsible budget in U.S. history. It will add, according to the CBO, $479 billion to next year's deficit, and it will add as well another $3 trillion, of course, to our debt over the next 10 years, accelerating a prodigious rate of accumulating debt. That's not just, of course, their opinion or my opinion. It's the opinion of the market, which has told us clearly. Last week, Moody's downgraded U.S. Treasuries for the first time in my lifetime based on its assessment of, quote, current fiscal proposals. Tomorrow's Wall Street Journal is already online if you'd like to check it out. The lead story in the markets, a weak auction for 20-year bonds, exacerbated worries about rising deficits, and I'm quoting, in Washington, and drove sharp declines for stocks and bonds, sending the Dow Jones down more than 800 points and the 30-year Treasury bond yield to its highest level in 2 years. This fiscal irresponsibility will bring a parade of horribles, to be sure, but among them will be the fact that it's going to cost more for Americans to invest and borrow, because as we continue to squeeze out private sector borrowing, we will see those rates rise. In this case, both Democratic and Republican critics of this bill are correct. Two things can be true. We can be bipartisan about this. This is a colossally awful budget. And we should be bipartisan about supporting our children as well, because our kids are neither Republican nor Democratic. They need all of us to get it right for them. So let me attempt to bring these two threads together in one bipartisan message. This budget will hurt our children, because not only are you cutting spending of our money for them, but you are spending their money for us. In other words, you're stealing our children's future, and there's one reason why you're inflicting so much pain, and one reason only, and that is because Donald Trump has painted himself and all of you into a corner with a promise for a $5 trillion tax cut that you don't know how to pay for, and you cannot cut enough to pay for. But the billionaires will do very well. On the other hand, history will never forgive us collectively, and our children shouldn't either. Thank you. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back and now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, the hour is late. You should get the Marco Polo Award, not for distance, but rather for stamina. 17 hours. I do have 5 amendments. I'm going to be brief, but these amendments are very important. These deal with a very important American issue, which is immigration. First Amendment, number 59, will deal with our men and women in uniform. Less than 1% of Americans serve in our armed forces. Imagine a situation where a soldier stationed overseas, all of a sudden he gets a phone call that his spouse has been arrested by ICE and deported because he or she is undocumented. That is not the way we want to treat our soldiers, our men and women in uniform. They make enough sacrifices, but to have their spouses deported is unconscionable and un-American. My amendment would simply say that the Secretary of Homeland Security may not use any funds under this subtitle to remove an alien who is a spouse of a member of the armed forces on active duty. This is an important issue. I hope this committee will look upon it as an important issue for men and women in uniform. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my second amendment, number 61, deals with immigration as well. Question is, why would ICE agents go to schools, elementary schools, to enforce ICE laws to deport individuals? Why would you want to terrorize children? My amendment simply says, none of the funds made available by this title may be used to conduct an immigration enforcement action at an elementary school. Why in God's name would ICE show up to an elementary school to threaten to deport children? Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my third amendment, number 64, deals with those men and women who defend our country, Homeland Security officers at our borders, at our ports of entry. Well, what we ask is you respect their collective bargaining rights. My amendment says none of the funds made available by this title may be used to undermine or cancel any collective bargaining agreements covering an employee of the Department of Homeland Security. And again here, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, we have individuals that sometimes work 16-hour shifts because they're so short in terms of personnel. They deserve to be represented by a collective bargaining contract. Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my next amendment, number 230. We often say in this country, all gave some and many made the ultimate sacrifice when we are honoring our veterans. Again, less than 1% of Americans actually serve our nation. A lot of our veterans go off and fight, come back with invisible wounds that later on turn into PTSD, and they get into trouble with the law. A lot of these veterans, green card holders, when they join the military, are promised that they will be American citizens when they are honorably discharged. Such is not the case. Veterans that take an oath to the United States of America, veterans that are ready to lay it all down, make the ultimate sacrifice for our country, and then they're deported because they're found guilty of a crime involving moral turpitude. Mr. Chairman, my bill simply says none of the funds made available by this subtitle may be used to remove from the United States a veteran who was honorably discharged unless an immigration judge has determined after weighing all equities that that individual should be removed. All what I'm asking is, before you deport this veteran, look at his whole history of service to our country. And finally, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, my final amendment, I should say, essentially says that no amount of money in this subtitle should be used or can be used to deport or remove an individual to a country other than the country of that individual's nationality or last habitual residence, unless a removal order to that country is issued by immigration judge.
The gentleman's time is up. Gentleman's time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Recognize Ms. Sanchez of California.
I want to begin by thanking the Rules Committee for the opportunity to offer amendments to this fluid, false, and frankly offensive bill. Our tax code should create opportunity and fairness, but this bill does the exact opposite. It bottoms out the middle class and it strangles working families. It cruelly targets immigrants that are lawfully present in the United States and have been working here for years. It targets children simply because of their parents' immigration status. And this isn't just misguided, it is cruel. The first provision I want to discuss is a promise to preserve taxpayer dollars from going towards undocumented immigrants. The Joint Committee on Taxation said on the record that this bill does nothing to quote-unquote remove taxpayer benefits for illegal immigrants, rendering the title of this section patently false and misleading. And that is why I submitted an amendment striking these sections. Undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for coverage under the Affordable Care Act and Medicare. What Republicans are actually doing is taking away health coverage from legally present individuals who pay taxes and work in the country legally. There's already a 5-year bar before a legally present non-citizen can purchase marketplace coverage. Purchase marketplace coverage, not given coverage. The reality is that immigrants are actually subsidizing these premium tax credits and other federal programs like Medicare for US-born people. They are paying more into the system than they are actually utilizing in health coverage due to their higher uninsured rate and lower health utilization rate. And this bill just worsens that disparity. If we don't strike these sections, we are only going to see more uncompensated care, more preventable deaths, and more contagious disease, and increases in everyone's healthcare premiums, as Dr. Ruiz said earlier. These are legally present asylum seekers, refugees, humanitarian parolees, temporary protected status holders, and dreamers, recipients who have been in the country for decades and who will no longer have health care coverage under this bill. In California alone, temporary protected status holders contribute $235 million in federal taxes and $170 million in state and local taxes. In Florida, temporary protected status holders contribute $198 million in federal taxes and $113 million in state and local taxes. And if my Republican colleagues are so concerned about government handouts, I want to point to them the newly established expedited resettlement pathway for South Africans, because that immigration pathway grants them access up to 12 months of health insurance if they don't qualify for Medicaid. Talk about a handout. And if Republicans are going to prohibit legally present individuals who have been contributing to our economy for years and even decades from purchasing marketplace coverage, buying it with their own money out of their own pocket, and you guys are going to prohibit that. The hypocrisy of the Republicans
never fails to surprise me. My second amendment addresses the denial of the child tax credit for U.S. citizen children if one parent does not have a Social Security number. The child tax credit was created to help children, providing essential support for food, clothing, shelter, and childcare. It has been one of the most effective tools in reducing child poverty in the United States. But this bill will strip that support away from 2 million U.S. citizen children simply because one of their parents isn't a citizen. This provision disproportionately harms Hispanic children, many in my district who already face higher poverty rates. Nearly 1 in 4 Hispanic children lives in poverty, and that is 3 times the rate of white children. Why are we denying these children a shot at a better life to give tax credits to billionaires who don't need it? This provision is cruel and unconstitutional. Punishing U.S. children for their parents' immigration status violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And my amendment would fix this by ensuring that those 2 million children still receive the benefits of the child tax credit they deserve and that their parents have paid into. Republicans love to say promises made, promises kept. Well, this does nothing to lower health care costs. A 65-year-old mother and grandmother from Santa Fe Springs in my district is a survivor of triple-negative breast cancer. Medicaid helped her cover every surgery, every hospital stay, every medication. She told me that she could have died without Medicaid coverage. And to add insult to injury, this bill literally gives a tax cut of $255,000 for the top 0.1%. That is unconscionable, and I urge the committee to adopt my amendments, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the Rules Committee for the opportunity to testify about my important amendments to a Republican bill that would harm far too many Americans. I'm offering 2 amendments today. The first is numbered 201, and the second is number 306. Amendment number 201 would strike Section 44201 from this bill. Section 44201 would make permanent the Trump administration's de facto ACA repeal that would make healthcare more expensive and less accessible for so many of our constituents. Since the ACA's passage in 2010, Republicans have attempted over 70 times to repeal or weaken the bill, including efforts to weaken common sense protections against discrimination of those with pre-existing conditions like asthma or diabetes. And now we are seeing yet another attempt by Republicans to weaken the ACA and create barriers to care for hardworking individuals and their families. On March 10th, the Trump administration issued the so-called Marketplace Integrity and Affordability Proposed Rule. Ironically, this rule would make health care less affordable and less accessible by raising premiums, cutting financial assistance, and creating new bureaucratic paperwork requirements. If this rule takes effect, hardworking Americans across the country will face significant premium hikes, nearly $3 billion over the next several years, and greater barriers when they try to enroll on November 1st. But it's not just premiums that go up. Out-of-pocket costs will rise by 15%, with higher deductibles, higher copays, and more people delaying or skipping care simply because of cost. On top of that, the rule lowers coverage standards, letting insurers offer weaker plans that cover less care, meaning even with flat premiums, patients pay more out of pocket. So this is not just my opinion. An internal analysis from the first Trump administration warned that these changes will cause coverage losses, premium spikes, and significant market disruption. The administration has also admitted that under this rule, 2 million individuals will lose health care coverage in 2026. This rule is a direct attack on the people that the ACA was designed to protect. It targets working families, low-income individuals, and people with chronic conditions. This rule isn't about integrity, it's about exclusion. So no, we shouldn't codify this harmful rule into law. We should stop it. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. The second amendment I'd like to discuss today would strike the section of this bill that repeals and rescinds grant funding for reducing air pollution at schools. And I have to repeat this fact. My second amendment would strike the section of this bill, this Republican bill, that repeals and rescinds grant funding for reducing air pollution at schools. At schools. We have an administration that claims to be promoting an agenda that will make our nation and families healthier. As a father and a legislator, there is nothing more important to me than protecting our nation's children. But the bill we are marking up today does the opposite. When parents send their kids to school, the last thing that they should worry about is the air in their children's classrooms. We know that indoor air pollutants pose serious health risks to children, and air pollution can affect educational outcomes. According to data from Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, whose funding the Trump administration has proposed cutting in half, in a classroom of 30 children, 3 are likely to have asthma. One study found a decline in children's test scores for every increase in particulate matter in their school's air, and air quality at schools tends to be worse indoors than it is outside. So what did Democrats do? We created tools to address this challenge. The IRA authorized a grant program that provides essential funding and technical assistance to improve air quality at schools. It seems straightforward to me, even at this hour, why we need this program. Yet Republicans voted against authorizing it 3 years ago. And every Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee voted against my amendment in our markup last week. Meanwhile, they are cutting Medicaid for nearly 14 million people, and as I mentioned earlier, dismantling critical agencies that are charged with protecting public health. So I'd like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to explain to me and the American people, how does this bill make our children healthier? How, in cutting these programs, will our children breathe cleaner air? How does making children sick support American families? This issue should be common sense. It should be bipartisan. It should be easy to vote yes on my amendment that preserves this vital program. I appreciate you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. That oh, got to do questions. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Mr. McGovern.
Eating a Swedish fish when you,
I did that on purpose.
I know, yeah.
It's going to cost more with tariffs to have the Swedish fish.
But I just want to say to everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I support all your amendments. I'm proud of all of you for coming to this committee and presenting the amendments you did, because I think they represent our values. And as I said at the beginning of this hearing, the underlying bill it doesn't represent my values, doesn't represent our values. And so whatever we can do to help advance your amendments, we will do. But thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Scanlon?
Yes, I echo the ranking member's remarks, and I wanted to particularly thank Representative Sanchez for bringing forward that amendment that is just so despicable in clawing back benefits from children based on who their parents are. It's un-American. That's all I can say.
It also violates the Constitution. But that
Details.
doesn't seem to bother certain
Yeah.
members
Yeah,
of Congress.
well, I appreciate the amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I noted, Representative Ricardo, that you kind of said something that we are all hearing, right? We keep hearing from Republicans that they don't like this bill. They whisper it to us. They complain about it. But they are so terrified of Trump that they are not having the courage to actually vote no. But we'll see. We'll see. But, you know, with regards to the amendments proposed with regards to immigration, I just wanted to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record an article in Defense One, and Defense One, as you know, is a highly regarded military publication, titled "Immigrants Show Greater Willingness to Join the Military, Study Shows."
Without objection, so ordered.
And another article, I think that goes to Representative Sanchez's points, and there's lots of these different articles, but really the point was made by you, it's been made in some of the earlier panels, but we haven't talked enough about it. And so that's why I wanted to, I know we're trying to move on, but I wanted to take some time to acknowledge that this idea that immigrants are the reason you have to cut Medicaid for everybody because they are somehow gaming the system when they do not receive any federal dollars. And indeed, the article that I would seek unanimous consent to, it's just one of many that center on budget and policy priorities. Immigrants contribute greatly to the Social Security Trust Fund solvency, which demonstrates, Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent.
What was the date? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The date on the article?
The date of the article on April 23, 2025.
Without objection? So ordered.
Thank you. And thank you for helping clarify that, because I think it's really important that these are recent articles because they are showing that immigrants' contributions are key. And this one shows that if it weren't for immigrants who pay taxes but often don't receive any of the benefits, our Social Security would be in deeper trouble than it already is. And you look at that across the board over and over. And so I'm going to introduce these articles, and I know we want to move forward because we have all these wonderful members who are coming here to tell us all the other new things. This is the great thing about these hearings is we're hearing all of these unique factors that you are all bringing to the fact that we are ignoring our cybersecurity. He got rid of Trump. Trump got rid of, right? I mean, you're laughing because I don't even have to say it, right? Because it's shameful that we have made ourselves more at risk because of what he has done in terms of opening up our vulnerabilities to Russia. That's one of your concerns, correct, Representative Matsui? Yeah. So thank you very much for raising those. I didn't know if you wanted to do anything else quickly on either of those.
If I could just respond, it is the biggest lie in the world that immigrants take more from the system than they pay in. Immigrants pay into the system, they work hard, they pay taxes, they're not even eligible for those benefits. And yet other Americans are told the reason why there's waste, fraud, and abuse is because of immigrants. It's patently false. It's lies, and it's meant to divide our country. And so the amendments that I'm introducing are trying to strike those provisions that treat immigrants unfairly, immigrants who pay into the system and are not eligible for the benefits.
Yeah, and in this article from Defense One, it's interesting, the articles you start reading, once you get to Congress, like who knew I would start reading military articles? But, that U.S. are more willing to fight for their country. And what they're fighting for, as it goes in to discuss, is the ideals of the country, the ideals of the Constitution. And that is something that I think we need to remember, that we're dealing with a tax bill and cutting essential benefits, but they are wrapping it around elements that are undermining the ideals of this country as a place where we create opportunity for everybody, whether you're native-born from West Virginia or you're an immigrant or married in. I would only suggest that, and maybe I could discuss it with you later, the idea that it should be any family who is not just the spouse, but also the children who are married into the military. But with that, you wanted to say something?
I just want to just join my colleague, Congresswoman Matsui, to your point about cybersecurity. I mean, this is, when I was on Homeland Security on the cybersecurity subcommittee, this was something that had bipartisan support. And this is something that we should all be in agreement on. Yeah. We're watching an administration dismantle CISA and our cybersecurity workforce at a time that we need to be growing it. And instead of having a strong federal response to all the attacks that we're seeing both in private and public sector to our critical infrastructure, we're saying that the states and municipalities have to handle it when they don't have the resources to. And so I appreciate Congresswoman Matsui's leadership on this issue and her amendment, because it is something that should have bipartisan support, because it has historically had bipartisan support, because it's an issue of national security. And the fact that we can't agree on this amendment, that everyone in the administration, especially when you're enabling people from DOJ to have access to some of the most sensitive personal data of all Americans, right, from red and blue states across the country, whether it's HUD or the VA or the IRS, we should have some level of cybersecurity awareness and training for those individuals. So I thank the Congresswoman for her leadership on this issue, and it should be something that should have bipartisan support, and I thank you for raising it as well.
Thank you very much. And once again, we aren't hearing any Republicans complain about any of the kind of transgressions that would have normally had an outcry, a bipartisan outcry. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now I recognize Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And there are legitimate differences of opinion on different issues. Many of my friends are Democrats. I travel with them overseas. We have different ideas about how to solve the same problem. So there are legitimate questions, differences about how we would handle the issues. But I can tell you, as someone who's in the rooms where there are no telephones, where we're dealing with the cybersecurity-related issues, there's no breakdown on the cybersecurity right now. There's just not. So we can have our debates and our differences of opinion, but I can tell you this. The administration is committed on cybersecurity, just as I believe the previous administration was committed on cybersecurity. And it's just we have differences of agreements on other things, but that's the one that I've listened to that I think that accusation is just, as someone who's in the room, I very much think that's a false accusation.
Can I comment on
Mr.
that?
Chair, I yield the remainder of my time. I'm not interested in a debate on it.
Gentleman has yielded back, and I understand we can do this, but I'm looking at possibly 2 more panels before we finish, and so happy for y'all to have a conversation and discussion and disagreement, but this panel is concluded. Thank you. I note this response will be noted. Thank you. And what we've been trying to do is when I start calling off the names for the next panel, it'll be starting on this end with chair number 1, Mr. Khanna, Ms. McClellan, Mr. Courtney, Mr. Frost, Ms. Brownlee, Mr. Magaziner, Mr. Garamendi, and Ms. Elfrith. All right, I know it's still a little busy, but if we can go ahead and get started. Mr. Khanna of California, are you ready?
I am.
He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a common sense bipartisan amendment. No American child under the age of 18 should lose their health care because of this bill. As you know, 42% of America's children rely on Medicaid. The chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee said, no one is going to lose their health care. No kids are going to lose their health care. President Trump keeps saying it's all about waste, fraud, and abuse. We're just going after waste, fraud, and abuse. Representative Crenshaw says no kids are going to lose their health insurance. And a number of Republicans wrote in a letter to the Speaker that they should make sure no kids lose their health insurance. But the reality is, independent estimates are that 800,000 kids in this country are going to lose their health care. I think we can all agree that any child born in America should have health care. So if the Republicans agree that kids shouldn't lose health care, why not just have a simple amendment in this bill saying we guarantee that no kid is going to lose health care? Now you ask, why is it that kids are going to lose health care? Why the estimates of 800,000? The reality is that the work requirements were tried in Arkansas. And what they saw is when parents were kicked off health care because of bureaucratic reasons, the kids lost the health care too. It's not theoretical. Thousands of kids in Arkansas lost their health care. And this to me seems like the easiest way that we can answer this question. Just guarantee to the American public that not a single American kid is going to lose health care with this bill. And that would answer the question. It would make good on all of the promises. It would make good on the promise that Trump is saying it's only waste, fraud, and abuse. He certainly doesn't want to deprive American kids born here of health care. Let me end with this point. I was in Allentown. There was a 6th grader. She stood up and she said her name was Sophia. I won't say her last name, but her name was Sophia. And she said, "I'm scared. I'm scared. Can you assure me that I won't be afraid?" And she said she's afraid because her grandmother is on Medicare. And she said she's afraid because she's a single mother is raising her. And she was concerned about her own health care. I want this amendment to pass so I can tell Sophia she doesn't have to be afraid about losing her own health care. And kids like Sophia should not be afraid of losing their health care across this country.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman yields back, and now recognize the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ranking Member McGovern for allowing further amendments to this bill. I think so. Okay. My amendment would ensure that the proceeds of any spectrum licensing, allocation, or auction won't line the pockets of the president, a special government official, any other government official, or their families. It would also ensure that the FCC does not collude with the president or any other government official or their family to influence the outcomes of their personal legal battles. But spoiler alert, this amendment's probably not going to pass. So I want to take the rest of my time to talk about this big bad billionaire bonus that benefits the wealthiest 10% of Americans at the expense of the poorest 10%. It shifts costs to states that are already struggling to fill massive holes that they are seeing from the Trump administration's funding freezes. They are trying to take on the burden of more responsibility shifted to them, whether from the Department of Education or these new work requirements, or now to pay for nutrition benefits for the first time ever. States are going to be left in the untenable position of having to raise their own taxes or gutting even more services as a result. This bill does nothing to address the underlying costs of health care, child care, groceries, energy bills, or anything else. And why are we rushing through this bill to the point where the bulk of it is being discussed in the middle of the night while everybody else is sleeping? What is the rush? Are the wealthiest few in that big of a hurry to get richer? Is there a flash sale on yachts that I don't know about? We've had these markups in the middle of the night that include provisions that Republicans didn't even know about. Like the Republicans on the Energy and Commerce Committee who were caught off guard by the Medicaid provisions imposing copays of up to $35 on an individual who earns up to $300 a week. They didn't know that if somebody was kicked off of Medicaid because they couldn't meet burdensome work paper requirements to prove that they're working, like the 18,000 Arkansas individuals who were kicked off when they couldn't meet work requirements even though they were working, these folks that get kicked off wouldn't be eligible for subsidies to purchase marketplace plans that they otherwise couldn't afford. And that came as a surprise to my colleagues in the E&C committee in the middle of the night. And somewhere between the E&C marathon markup and here, a provision was added that would cut the federal match for Medicaid in states that dare to provide health care to lawfully present immigrants. That means that Virginia, that covers lawfully present pregnant women and children, could face a cut in the federal match that would trigger an unwinding of Medicaid expansion that would cost hundreds of thousands of Virginians their health insurance, put our providers, especially our rural hospitals, at risk of closing their doors. Now I heard there'll be at least one manager's amendment that might fix that. But who knows? Who knows what will happen once the Freedom Caucus, I think they've already returned from the White House, but who knows what they've demanded and what they've gotten. And they want to kick even more people off of their health insurance. But what else is buried in this bill? What's going to be buried in the manager's amendment? What's going to be buried in the bill that we see for the first time on the floor that we won't have time to take back to stakeholders or the American people? And will this be another one of those moments where we rush through a big, massive bill and then hope that the Senate saves the House from its worst impulse? Plain and simple, I ask again, what's the rush? What is the rush of a bill that will harm children? That will say to a family, now even though you legally cannot leave your child at home when they're 7, 8, 9, 10, we're going to assume that you can go to work once they reach 7. Even though I can tell you when my son was 7, if left at home to take care of himself, he probably would have burned the house down. Have we thought through? Have we thought through the unintended consequences of some of the provisions that are buried in this bill, surprising even Republicans that don't like them? I hope we take our time, we do this right, because if we mess it up, the harm is not going to be to us. It's going to be to the most vulnerable that we represent. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize Mr. Courtney of Connecticut for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member McGovern and all the members of the panel. I have a simple, straightforward amendment focused on the Air Force One program, which falls under the jurisdiction of the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee of the House Armed Services, on which I serve as ranking member. This amendment would prohibit funds made available by this act from being used for the purpose of modifying an aircraft acquired from a foreign source for use as executive airlift aircraft or for transferring such aircraft to a non-governmental entity such as a museum. This provision is in response to the President's sudden decision to accept a Boeing 747 from Qatar to serve as a so-called bridge replacement for the current Air Force One aircraft. The White House has portrayed this idea as a free Air Force One plane. Nothing could be further from the truth. I can say this with complete certainty because in 2018, during the first Trump administration, Congress authorized the purchase of 2 Boeing 747 aircraft that Boeing had originally built as commercial passenger planes for an airline that went bankrupt. The cost of upgrades and retrofitting for these 2 planes to replace the Air Force One fleet totaled $3.9 billion. The work included stripping the plane's interior down to the studs, hardening the plane's defenses, installing encrypted communications technology, and building out space for what is essentially a flying command and control center, not just for our nation's military and intelligence agency, but for the entire federal government. Earlier this month, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, Darlene Costello, testified before our subcommittee that Boeing has a workable plan for the Air Force to deliver these 2 planes by 2027. It's important to note that the final cost at this point has already exceeded $3.9 billion to the tune of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. A few hours ago, the White House confirmed that the President has unilaterally accepted a 3rd plane. We've all seen the pictures of this aircraft that is not even close to being ready to fly as Air Force One. And clearly, it's going to require much of the same time and expense to be stripped down and upgraded as the 2 jets already under contract with the Air Force, which are on track for delivery during the President's current term. This scheme was not free, and the new scheme is not going to be free either. It's going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money. The relevance to this reconciliation package is that the armed services provisions, the $150 billion for the Department of Defense, was allocated under Title II of the U.S. Code, which has little or no controls on how funds are going to be used across programs, unlike Title 31, which safeguards the execution of congressional appropriations. And again, during the markup, we had a lot of back and forth with committee staff about the fact that the Office of Management and Budget is going to be basically free to spend that $150 billion with little or no controls or restraint. And we know that this budget director from the first Trump administration was brazenly reprogramming money with no congressional authorization over and over again. Madam Chair, there are a host of other reasons for Congress to approve this amendment, particularly the constitutional prohibition in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, that bars any official from accepting gifts or emoluments from another government without approval of Congress. Obviously, Congress has not even come close to approving this gift. That prohibition, as well as the significant cost of retrofitting a third Air Force One, screams out for Congress to exercise its constitutional duty and put the brakes on this scheme. My amendment will do that, and I respectfully ask my colleagues to make it in order. And Madam Chair, I have an article from Forbes magazine, hardly a Democratic media outlet, titled "Why the Qataris Are Happy to Dump Their 747 on Trump," dated May 15th.
Without objection.
Thank you.
It'll
I
be
yield
made a
back.
part of the record. Okay, I'm just going by the list given to me, so but if you want to go in order yourself, you're fine. That's fine.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Ranking Member McGovern, and members of the committee. Thank you for spending nearly 20 hours at this hard work. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sure everybody on this panel does, discussing many of the very concerning cuts and policy implications of this bill, staring down policies that will result in as many as 14 million people losing their health insurance and food assistance, the elimination of IRA provisions aimed at lowering energy costs, adding trillions of dollars to the deficit, which we only just found out a few hours ago from CBO, which will trigger $500 billion in Medicare cuts, all to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest Americans and corporations. I'm here to request the committee accept the following two amendments aimed at protecting our national security, Amendment 102 and 108. First, Amendment 102 is a common sense provision recommended by the DoD itself to protect our national security and ensure military readiness when considering coastal leases for sale. The bill before us proposes a fire sale on public lands and waters to the lowest bidders for the purpose of more drilling, and yet offers no guarantee that any of those resources will benefit Americans or lower energy costs. On the House Natural Resources Committee, we often talk about national security and how our ability to produce our own energy allows us not to rely on foreign adversaries, but selling off our coastal waters surrounding our military installations directly contradicts these efforts and instead endangers our national security by prohibiting the military's ability to train and navigate freely. And here's how I know this, because in 2015, the DoD analyzed every offshore drilling block in their roles and activities critical for military readiness and national security, and they determined that what, if any, level of drilling activity can be done without impeding their critical work. My amendment would require the federal government to implement the findings of this DoD report when selling offshore drilling leases for coastal waters. Due to the sensitive training and work of it at our installations, all of these blocks on the east and west coasts were classified by DoD as requiring either a total prohibition or very specific conditions for leasing. But even if everything on these drilling sites were to go exactly as planned, the mere presence of these rigs would cause immediate threats to our military readiness and national security, and that's just not a risk we should be willing to take. I implore this committee to address the very real threat by supporting this amendment. My second amendment before you, Amendment 180, as was just discussed by my colleague, we understand the bill provides extra $150 billion to the DoD, and frankly, I don't trust the Secretary with $150, let alone $150 billion. But my second amendment, preservation of historical items, is very simple. It prohibits the DoD from spending any of these funds until a panel of experts reviews all artifacts and documents flagged for destruction and censorship. Earlier this year, the DoD, under the direction of Secretary Hegseth, began removing books, images, and stories of historical events and heroes from our military academies. The department removed these items as part of a crusade against what they consider promoting, quote, divisive concepts. Yet protecting the history and accurately telling the stories of our nation is critical to our national security. It's concerning that under Secretary Hegseth's guidance, the DoD has removed images and stories often by mistake. We all read the headlines of articles and images highlighting the accomplishments of the Navajo code talkers who fought in the Pacific Island campaign that were removed. Pictures of the Enola Gay, the plane that dropped the atomic bomb in Japan, were removed because of the word gay. At the U.S. Naval Academy in my own district, we've seen nearly 400 books from their libraries removed that explored themes of gender, race, and diversity. Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings was removed, yet Hitler's Mein Kampf and Mussolini's The Doctrine of Fascism remain. We are spending precious time, energy, and resources on erasing the history of our great nation instead of preparing for the next conflict or taking seriously the handling of sensitive national security information. A military that looks like our country and receives an education that teaches the accurate history of this nation is critical to our ability to influence strong democratic principles abroad. If our service members don't learn from history, they are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. I urge support for both of these amendments and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Elfreth. Mr. Frost, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I got here at 1 a.m., and when I pulled up, I was surprised to see a crowd of about 150, maybe 175 people right outside the Capitol steps protesting what this bill and protesting cuts to Medicaid, protesting cuts to food assistance. And I started walking around and speaking with people, and I found folks who were here from all across the nation, of all different ages, all different ethnicities, races, religions. I met Democrats, I met Republicans, I met independents, I met people who aren't registered to vote. And the word I heard from people the most, especially, it started to rain, we stayed out there talking to people, the word I heard the most was betrayal. And people felt betrayed. And a lot of these folks had already planned this trip to DC for a long time. They didn't even know that this vote would go on. But when they found out that the Republican majority would be hosting a key hearing on this budget, which the budget shows the morals of a nation and the character of a nation, and they heard it was happening at 1 a.m. in the middle of the night, these people in the middle of their vacation, their advocacy trips on other things and all this, decided to come out in the rain with their families to say, we don't want to be betrayed. We want our health care. We want the nutritional assistance. We want a budget that reflects the values of this country. And we don't want a bill that will facilitate the single largest transfer of wealth from the working poor and the working class to the ultra wealthy in the history of our nation. It's dark and twisted that many Republican politicians want to take away health care, make food more expensive, restrict the child tax credit, all to enrich billionaires and mega corporations. If this bill passes, kids will go hungry. If this bill passes, people will die. And I heard this directly from people that were out there protesting, talking about the impacts that these cuts to Medicaid would have on their lives and their children. I also know this bill's unpopular because I've been traveling this country, going to Republican districts and speaking with constituents who have a Republican representative who refuses to host the town hall. I was actually in Michigan because in Representative John James' districts, one of his constituents shared, quote, "My daughter's a young woman who was born with cerebral palsy, mild cognitive impairments, and autism. She depends on Medicaid services for her health, safety, and well-being. She's unable to work or take care of herself. Without Medicaid, she is totally at risk. Cutting Medicaid to give tax cuts to wealthy billionaires is not only cruel and unethical, but it puts vulnerable people like my daughter at risk of severe mental and physical health problems." I'm in this hearing to offer support for Democratic amendments that would reverse the damage of this horrible bill that's a scam, and I personally have 2 amendments that I would like you to consider. One of them, the first prevents the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform portion of this bill from taking effect if Donald Trump violates a Supreme Court order. The rule of law is fundamental to any functioning country, and the only thing that can guarantee people's safety and security. Without the rule of law, there's chaos, corruption, anarchy. And the president loves to talk about the rule of law, but then he goes on to completely ignore and defy Supreme Court orders that are telling him to do stuff. If any working person at home were to ignore a judge, what would happen to them? No politician is above the law, including Donald Trump. Our democracy and our rights are hanging literally by a thread, in part because Trump has lost over and over again in court because his illegal acts are prohibited by federal judges and by law. And these have been decisions coming from federal judges appointed by both Democrats and Republicans. My other amendment overturns a portion of the bill that eliminates a tax on silencers that has existed since 1934. Republicans want to make it cheaper and easier for the next mass shooter to carry out their plans and kill innocent people. Silencers make it harder for law enforcement to quickly and effectively respond to active shooter situations, since it makes it more difficult to recognize the sound of gunfire and locate the source of the gunshots. This bill is a giveaway to billionaire donors and apparently also wants to continue to enrich gun manufacturers who want to make even more money and profit even more off of the death of our children and our people. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Mr. Magaziner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am here tonight to make ends meet. High costs are impacting everybody. The cost of food, the cost of medicine, the cost of rent. The people I speak to in Rhode Island every day feel like they're working harder and harder, but they cannot afford to keep up. And recently, the Trump administration made it even worse with these reckless tariffs that are making everything even more expensive. But you know who's not struggling? The billionaires, the people at the very top, are doing quite well for themselves. Yet, this Republican tax bill will make it even worse. Under this plan, and listen to this, this is from the nonpartisan CBO. Under this bill, people who make more than $5 million a year will get an extra $100,000 plus on their income every year. But a middle-class household, if your family makes $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year, you will see on average $45 a year. So we're giving millionaires over $100,000 a year more money. The middle class gets $45 on average. How is that fair? And if you are a family that's trying to work your way into the middle class, you're making $30,000, $40,000, according to the CBO, you will lose more than $1,000 a year once the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP are factored in. So this Republican tax bill is literally taking thousands of dollars per family from working people and transferring it to the super rich. My first amendment will reverse this. Under my amendment, families who earn less than $500,000 a year, the majority of Americans, most Americans, will get a tax break. We would lower your tax bracket 2%. If you're at 22%, we make it 20. If you're at 12%, we make it 10. And we would pay for it by adopting Donald Trump's suggestion to put a new tax bracket for people making more than $2.5 million a year at the 39.6% tax level. This is a matter of basic fairness. Let's ask the people making millions of dollars a year to pay their fair share so that the middle class can get a tax break. And I find it very interesting that my Republican colleagues can't summon the courage to stand up to Donald Trump on almost anything. When Donald Trump says, oh no, I really won the 2020 election, we should overturn the election results, over 100 of our Republican colleagues said, yes, sir, we'll try to overturn the election for you. When he enacted these massive tariffs, which are a huge tax on the middle class, our Republican colleagues were either silent or submissive. When he cozies up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and throws our allies under the bus, crickets from our Republican colleagues. But when he suggested, hey, let's increase taxes on the millionaires to help pay for this bill, well, that was too much for our Republican colleagues. That was the first time that they said, oh no, Mr. President, you've gone too far. Really? So look, I'm going to agree with the president on this one. Let's put that tax bracket, that higher tax bracket on people making more than $2.5 million a year, and instead give real tax relief to the middle class. My second amendment addresses another unfairness in this bill. Understand this. This bill is an across-the-board cut to SNAP benefits, to food aid. Our Republican colleagues like to say it's just waste and fraud, or it's just going after people who are bilking the system. False. There is a 5% cut across the board for every state, regardless of error rate. My second amendment would eliminate that across-the-board 5% cut for every state and pay for that by eliminating the provision that gives an exemption on inheritances over up to $30 million on the inheritance tax. How about, instead of cutting food for hungry families, for working people, we say to the children of millionaires, you know what? You don't need a tax exemption up to $30 million of your inheritance. Let's go back to the $5 million exemption that existed before 2016. We'll let those children of millionaires still get the $5 million tax-free inheritance that they used to get, but not 30. Instead, we're going to feed hungry families by canceling these SNAP cuts. I urge adoption of these amendments to make this a fairer bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garamendi, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You've heard hours and hours of amendments, all of which in one way or another would improve a terrible piece of legislation. It's been said by others way back when I was in the California legislature, if it's a bad piece of legislation, don't amend it, just kill it. This bill deserves to be killed. You are operating under the direction of President Trump, and in that process, you are conducting the biggest theft in U.S. history. This budget reconciliation bill is the largest transfer of wealth from the country's most vulnerable people to its richest people, at a time when Trump's tariffs are already causing prices to rise. House Republicans are making the lives of millions of Americans even more difficult by passing a bill that rips health care from nearly 14 million Americans who rely on Medicaid, including over 300,000 in my own district. And I dare say in each and every one of your districts, whether you're a Democrat or Republican, the numbers are similar. This bill, and therefore you are stealing food from the tables at the schools. Over 18 million children will not have school lunch programs and other food available to them in their schools. Why? So that you can finance $150 billion for the Pentagon's new slush fund. Mr. Courtney already has given you the details on how that would work because of the way in which you are structuring the use of that $150 billion. We know that the Pentagon is already wasting money on very dangerous projects. Why are they allowed? Why are we using the Pentagon to deport aliens, the deportation flights? The Sentinel intercontinental ballistic missile, $150 billion minimal, and another $20 billion for a new nuclear bomb to be used there. Don't need it for 15 to 20 years. The Minuteman III can serve that purpose. How about another boondoggle? A Golden Dome? Hello? Does anybody know anything about missile defense systems? You want to talk about the $30 billion we've already spent on the missile defense system that doesn't work and was canceled 2 years ago, and so we're going to start anew? Now we'll have a Golden Dome. Oh boy. Now this bill does not pay for itself. Where are the deficit hawks? They used to be across this entire room. All of you used to be deficit hawks. Somewhere between $3.5 trillion to $5 trillion will be added to the national debt as a result of this legislation. Hello, deficit hawks, where did you go? What happened to you? You frightened of Trump? Is that it? Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, "The test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." This piece of legislation goes exactly the other direction. It adds to the wealth of those who have much, and it literally and actually takes away from those who have little. The Congressional Budget Office yesterday confirmed that the bill will raise the incomes, will increase the wealth, the incomes for the wealthiest 10% of Americans, while simultaneously cutting the incomes for the poorest 10%. What in the world are you doing? Why would you do such a thing? Why would you increase the wealth of those who already have much while simultaneously taking away from those who have too little? How do you do it? You gut Medicare. You heard from my colleagues. The SNAP program used to call it food stamps. That's real food. And there are already real regulations on what those SNAP programs can be used for. Head Start, it goes on, and it is a disgrace. It is a disgrace. And let's recognize what it is you are doing. The facts, people are struggling, already struggling. You pass this legislation and the struggle will be worse for those who are in the bottom of our economic system. The fact that so many Republicans have voted actively to harm your own constituents just to curry the favor of Donald Trump, it is shameful. There's no other word to describe it. How could you possibly face yourself when you look in the mirror and recognize what you're actually doing to Americans, millions of Americans? It is a disgrace. The Democrats are doing everything we can to stop this disgraceful piece of legislation. I'm proud to stand with my Democratic colleagues. I'm proud that they are taking their time and your time. And I do have amendments, but I won't have the time to offer them. They're in the record.
Yeah, you're long past your time, John. Julia, I'll let you get by with a little too much. Ms. Brownlee.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. Before addressing my amendment, I wanted to really echo all of the arguments made by my colleagues in strong opposition to this big, bad billionaire bill. This bill serves as a Trojan horse to jam through hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid cuts that will devastate 265,000 Ventura County residents in my district and 14 million Californians who depend on Medicaid to access their health care. These cuts will harm children, disabled adults, low-income seniors, and they will result in hospital closures across our country. And there are many other egregious sections of this bill that will have devastating, devastating impacts to the American people for many, many years. My amendment today would redirect $1 billion from this bill to fund climate monitoring, weather forecasting, and disaster preparedness programs at NOAA. I would challenge my Republican colleagues to find constituents in their districts who want to lose access to accurate weather monitoring, particularly as we head into the busiest time for severe storm predictions like tornadoes and hurricanes. Just this past weekend, deadly tornadoes tore through states from Kansas to Kentucky. The same weekend when reports came out that for the first time in the past 50 years, local National Weather Service offices would no longer have the capacity to monitor weather around the clock in parts of the country due to reckless DOJ cuts. I have got a map right here that shows the places in the United States that no longer have access to 24/7 weather monitoring. This is not some partisan talking point. It's a matter of life and death. Programs like the National Weather Service are what we promise to the American people in exchange for their hard-earned dollars, not tax cuts to the wealthiest 1%, while the president takes our economy to help his billionaire friends scam the system and profit off the American public. The mindless destruction of America's critical government programs only makes our country weaker, it makes it less safe, and less prosperous. It's just plain irresponsible, and it cannot stand. I'm offering this amendment as a necessary course correction to invest back into communities and to our public safety. The forecasts NOAA produces are critical across almost all sectors of America's economy, from safe air travel, managing our water supplies, supporting the outdoor recreation industry, to seasonal forecasts that help farmers decide when to plant and when to harvest their crops. And perhaps most importantly, NOAA uses these forecasts to issue all the tornado, hurricane, flood, and extreme wildfire condition warnings during extreme weather events. Extreme weather events that are only going to get worse. The growers in my district certainly know this. They are the ones on the front line responding to the climate impacts that cause shifting production seasons, the reduction of available water, and creates more intense and frequent natural disasters. The Republicans' proposals will exacerbate the climate crisis while taking away funding for vulnerable communities to prepare for natural disasters. In the face of this Trump tax scam that threatens our clean air, safe water, public health, and economic prosperity, I am proposing we instead invest in programs that will keep our communities safer and ready to respond to extreme weather. With that, Madam Chair, I urge this committee to adopt my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I thank our witnesses for being here, our panel for being here.
Anybody else?
Does anyone on our side of the aisle wish to ask a question? No. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Again, I just thank this panel. I appreciate you being here. And I know some of you were here at 1 in the morning. I remember seeing you. And I would just want to, again, say what I've said to previous panels. Thanks for sticking it out. I think it matters. I think people are paying attention. I think it's important that we're fighting back, especially against the bill that we find so egregious. And so I just, we will support the amendments. We will have your back. But I wanted to say thank you. And Madam Chair, before I yield back, I don't know whether you have any updates on schedule. I've been trying to read news reports as to whether or not Republicans have come to an agreement on a manager's amendment, and I don't know if you have or not, and whether we might be, what you anticipate the schedule for the evening to be.
I believe we do have an agreement on the manager's amendment, but I'm not exactly sure of the schedule because I have not been able to. Okay. I came in, we're trading places, so
right.
I will give you an update.
But is your expectation that rules will reconvene tonight?
Yes, sir.
And if that's the case, is it your expectation that a bill will be on the floor tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I mean, we started at 1 in the morning, we'll finish at 2 in the morning, but okay, all right. But I thank the gentlelady and I yield back.
Ms. Scanlon.
Yes, thank you.
I did more than a wave this time.
We've all got it at this point. Mr. Courtney, I appreciate your amendment with respect to this Qatari royal family plane that the president is trying to accept. In the Judiciary Committee, we have focused on the fact that it's a pretty clear violation of the Foreign Emoluments Clause, but I appreciate the fact that you're bringing up that it's actually a huge waste of taxpayer dollars. Can you just talk about that for a minute?
There probably is no worse way to build an Air Force One than to take a plane that's already been fitted out and then have to strip it down and then just sort of create all the special characteristics of Air Force One. And we know this because that's what we've done with the 2 planes that are in process. And by the way, it looked like they'll be delivered while President Trump is still president, so there's no need for a bridge plane. He's going to get his planes in 2027. So yeah, just building a 3rd Air Force One is a complete waste of money.
Right. It seems offensive to our armed forces who are responsible for maintaining the plane. Obviously, it has all the indicia of something unseemly. And then, of course, there's the national security concerns as well. So I appreciate you're raising the wastefulness and the abuse of the taxpayer dollars there. Rep. McClellan, I know you were testifying about your bill, and I was wondering if there were implications with respect to burden on the states.
So, I was the state appropriator. I was in the state legislature when we expanded Medicaid. And, states can't print money, and they have to have a balanced budget. And this bill shifts a lot of costs to the state for nutrition programs, for some Medicaid spending. But you got to look at that in a broader context. So first, let me talk about the work requirements. States have had the ability to impose work requirements for 7 years. Only 2 have done it. One, I already talked about. Georgia spent more money on the administrative costs than it did on the cost of health care. And as a matter of fact, ProPublica and Current did an analysis that showed that 3/4 of the nearly $87 million they spent on the program went to consultants. That's why states haven't done it, because the administrative cost to set it up and run it is high. But now you have EPA grants that have been, categorical EPA grants that are being cut. So the states have to worry about how are we going to deal with clean air and clean water. Take a state like Virginia that has the second highest number of federal workers. Analysis has already shown our unemployment rate has gone up. Our GDP is expected to slow. We are seeing the economic impacts of what the administration has already done. So they're now worried. Virginia doesn't have a surplus. It's not going to have a surplus because now we're going to have all these other costs coming down from the federal government. Oh, by the way, this bill handcuffs the state's ability to increase the provider tax. And while you're doing all of that, you're handcuffing the state's ability to regulate in any way AI, which is a whole nother conversation, but I just wanted to throw that in there. The party that says, well, let's just give everything back to the states is giving the states a massive hole in their budget and handcuffing their ability to fill it, and they're going to do one of 2 things. They're either going to raise their taxes or they're going to significantly cut not just Medicaid services, but education, environmental protection, transportation, infrastructure, and public safety. This bill and the actions of the Trump administration already are blowing massive holes in state budgets that somebody's got to pay, and it's going to be through increased state and local taxes.
Thank you for that. I'm hearing similar concerns from our Pennsylvania state legislators, especially as there's money that's been appropriated and contracts that have been awarded, and suddenly they've been canceled by DOJ or the White House or Office of Management or Budget or whoever it is that's impounding money illegally. So people already have projects underway, and all of a sudden the rug's being pulled out from under them, and then we're seeing these additional issues where all of a sudden there's going to be this huge cost shift. It's a real bait and switch or kicking the can down the road, whatever.
I think it's a giant sucking sound.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, and thank all of you for being here and bearing with us tonight. Okay, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Sorry, a lot of paperwork over here, Madam Chair. Great idea. It's been a long day. I have no questions. Thank you all for your testimony and your amendments, and of course, I support the amendments. I just want to follow up on a point that the ranking member mentioned. We've been here now for 19 hours, I guess, close to 24 hours straight. Started at 1 a.m., and as the ranking member said, it sounds like we may very well end at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. with a vote in the dead of night on the floor on a 1,000-page bill that would have dramatic negative consequences for the American people. But I don't know that I could say it any better than one of your colleagues, Madam Chair, and that's Representative Massey, who posted on social media just a little while ago, I'll quote, "Major provisions of the big, beautiful bill are still being negotiated and written, yet we are being told we will all vote on it today. shouldn't we take more than a few hours to read a bill this big and this consequential? Now, what's interesting is a commentator responded to that tweet and said, wasn't that a promise too, that y'all would get 48 hours to read new bills before voting? And Mr. Massey's response, yes, it is in our rules that we will have 72 hours to read every bill, yet it's been circumvented this week by a manager's amendment, which substantially changes the bill, but should only contain technical clarifications. And a rule called same-day rule has also been suspended, which of course we know was done yesterday. Here's the point. We've seen this movie before. We, I suppose, will wait here with bated breath for the manager's amendment to be submitted to this committee. I suspect that that manager's amendment is not going to have technical corrections and changes to the rule print, but instead will be fundamental changes to this bill. And we, the House Democrats, and ultimately the American public, will be compelled to reckon with and try to discern what those changes are and the impact the changes will have on our constituents in the dead of night. And so I would encourage the majority to reconsider, and I would hope we weren't able to convince the Speaker to hold this hearing at a regular hour, the way that all the other markups were. We failed in that effort. Perhaps we'd be more successful in persuading the Speaker to put the bill on the floor in the morning so that the American people can actually have a chance to listen to the debate that unfolds on the House floor. With that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you. And once again, I think we heard from this panel a range of ideas that only through showing up and testifying and actually speaking, we had very little Republican participation. Because, you know, as we noticed this morning, they don't even want to read out loud their own bill. They are so ashamed of what is in the bill that they refuse to read out loud their bill. But what you all have done is come to us with provisions so that we cannot have the kind of corruption from Qatar that we are seeing, so that we can protect states' rights and states' budgets and some kind of respect for the relationship they have and the obligation the federal government has. And oh my God, the silencer thing, thank you so very much for bringing that up today. And yes, there are ways of addressing the deficit and actually protecting the middle class that we could get to, but they don't really want to get to because, as you have pointed out, it's all about the wealthy. Everything they do is about the wealthy. There's all kinds of other stuff. And do they have their heads on the sand or what? Like, not in the sand, they were like ignoring the danger around us for money, right? So the risks that they are imposing on the American people is just astounding. And, you know, we came in at night. I don't know if there was a moon or there wasn't a moon, and then there was a sun or maybe not a sun, and now there's maybe not a moon or not a moon. But what it is definitely, even the Republicans are in the dark because, as we can see from these tweets, they haven't seen any final language. They think this is in there. They think that's not in there. And I heard that maybe they all want to go to some meeting and they all have to leave to go do something better than stand up for their constituents. So that's why we're watching this, because they all have Memorial Day plans. Really, it's disgusting what they're doing. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. I thank the panel for being here. We have, I believe, one more panel, and so I'll tell you you're excused. If I could ask you all to do the same thing the last panel did, we have 7, I believe, not counting Mr. McGovern, or he's going to stay here. So if you'll go down, Mr. Bynum, Miss Bynum, excuse me, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Poe, Mr. Landsman, Mr. Byer, Mr. Bishop. Somewhere in that order. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We were just, before, people would bunch up here, and folks couldn't get down that way, and so we were just trying to get people balanced down just a little bit. Okay.
Madam Chair and Mr. Ranking Member and members of the committee, I want to start off by saying just how laughable it is to be calling this bill beautiful. And I'd like to replace that word with trash. It's a trash bill, and here's why. It's a bill that threatens $300 billion in cuts to food assistance. It's a bill that puts health care further and further out of reach for nearly 14 million people. It's a bill that will make it so that families have to choose between putting food on the table or filling a prescription. It's a bill that does nothing to lower costs or address the housing crisis. Madam Chair, I came here today to try and make this trash bill just a little bit better, to try and protect my constituents from its harmful cuts. But I have little faith that the authors of this trash care enough about the American people to do it, especially since this committee tried to do it in the middle of the night. And as my Democratic colleagues have shown us today, sunlight is the best disinfectant. You see, this isn't the first time I've tried to make this bill better, and it wouldn't be the first time that my Republican colleagues chose to put billionaires over their constituents in mine. I first introduced these amendments in the House Financial Services Committee, and they were voted down by my Republican colleagues. My amendments are aimed at protecting Americans and making life more affordable. And you would think members on the Financial Services Committee would be down for that. You would think all members would be down for that, Madam Chair. So now I ask my Republican colleagues on this committee, are you? Are you willing to protect our students and our families? Are you willing to make health care more affordable and more accessible? Are you willing to lower costs for your constituents? And if so, I look forward to you supporting my amendments. Instead of cutting food assistance for students and families, I'm trying to make sure that when they take out loans, they will be protected from predatory lending and unfair practices. Instead of ripping away access to health care, I'm trying to lower health care costs by capping out-of-pocket costs. Instead of taking seniors and taking food off of their tables, I'm supporting an effort from my colleague, Congressman Jonathan Jackson, to strike the section of the bill that would expand work requirements for seniors on SNAP. And instead of increasing costs on those struggling the most in an effort to make the rich richer, I'm fighting to lower costs for my constituents and all Americans. Madam Chair, I brought the data. Let me tell you what the numbers look like. In your district, 201,000 people will lose health care because of this bill. That's 27% of your constituents. In Rep. Fishbach's district, it's over 165. Rep. Norman, 148,000 people will lose health care in his district. Rep. Roy, 56,000 people use SNAP to feed their families. And in Rep. Houchin, it's 54,000. Over 83,000 kids get health care through Medicaid in Rep. Langworthy's district. In Rep. Scott, it's 124,000 kids. In Rep. Jacks, it's 88,000 kids. And in Rep. Griffiths, it's nearly 107,000. I know where my priorities are. It's with my constituents. And I'll be voting against this trash bill because I stand with America's children and America's families. Madam Chair, I respectfully urge you to do the same and get your colleagues focused on serving the American people. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms.
Madam Chair, Ranking Member, I know that meteorologically speaking, we are in springtime, but legislatively speaking, a dark, ice-cold winter has descended upon America. The biting cold winds of MAGA are frozen hearts that shut off warmth and sustenance for the needy, the working poor and the poor, while they consort with the billionaires and millionaires who frolic in their warm mansions and on their luxury yachts in warm seas, never satisfied with the luxuries they enjoy for ease and comfort. The cold winds howl as MAGA rams through the House what Trump has commanded to be named the Big Beautiful Bill. It's the big, ugly GOP tax scam, which rips away health care from 14 million Americans, takes food away from 3 million people every month, and drives up the cost of everyday essentials with its tariffs, which is a tax paid by those same folks who are losing their health care and food stamps, all to hand massive tax breaks to billionaires like Elon Musk. With this bill, billionaires win and working families lose. And as House MAGA Republicans move to snatch food and health care from those in need just to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy, billionaire Donald Trump today accepted an obscenely expensive emolument, a $400 million luxury jet paid for by corrupt Middle Eastern sheiks. Madam Chairman, my first amendment would strike Section 70302 and restore federal courts' ability, when necessary, to hold government officials in contempt in cases where they violate a person's constitutional rights. We all know the reason Republicans added this section. Federal judges have issued over 150 court orders that block or pause the Trump administration's lawless and unconstitutional actions. Trump keeps losing in court, so Republicans want to rig the system so that Trump can ignore judges' orders against him. Without my amendment, this bill prohibits a court from enforcing the orders that it issues, turning courts into paper tigers. This bill says that unless you hand over a lot of money when Donald Trump and his administration violate your rights, they can just keep on violating them. It's one more way Republicans and the Trump administration want to trample on the rights of ordinary people who are not wealthy and do so with impunity. This country is built on the rule of law. The judicial branch is essential to ensuring that the violation of one's constitutional rights can be vindicated by the courts. That is why we need my amendment, so that anytime Trump or a future president violates the law, Americans can go to court and stop it before any more harm is done. Because this country is about we the people, not about Donald Trump the king. And I also offer a second amendment which would allow funds to be used to provide lawyers for unaccompanied immigrant children. Picture this, a 2-year-old sucking her thumb while clutching a teddy bear, standing in front of the immigration judge, sitting high and looking down from the bench, while a seasoned lawyer working for the government argues that the unaccompanied child should be sent back to El Salvador, where the dictator holds her parents in a hellhole prison for being politically incorrect. This amendment just makes sense. It would allow legal representation for unaccompanied children. We do not allow children to represent themselves in any other legal proceedings. An immigration court should be no different. On cases and advocate for themselves during adversarial hearings. Do we expect that toddler sucking her thumb and clutching her worn and tattered teddy bear to represent herself? Really? There have been long-standing bipartisan support efforts to provide counsel to unaccompanied children, because Congress has realized for years that legal representation is essential to ensure that children have meaningful access to asylum and other protections. And with that, Madam Chair and Mr. Ranking Member, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Poe, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I want to thank all my colleagues who have spoken over the past 19 hours, providing amendments to improve this big, bad, ugly bill. I come before you today to discuss my deep concerns with the legislation the committee is considering today, and the amendments I have offered try to improve it. This bill is heavily skewed to give huge tax breaks to the wealthiest 1/10 of the 1% of Americans. Any tax cuts that Congress provide should favor the middle class and all other hardworking Americans, and this bill does not do that at all. This bill will cause New Jersey families to go hungry. Around 83,000 people in my district, the 9th district, including children, working parents, seniors, and veterans, buy food with SNAP. The SNAP cuts here will mean thousands of our neighbors won't be able to feed their families. The price tag in this bill is enormous, costing taxpayers $4 trillion. But instead of lowering costs and supporting families, it will make their day-to-day lives harder. This legislation includes massive cuts to Medicaid, which covers more than 1.7 million New Jerseyans, including over 1/3 of all children in the state. This bill could lead to 1 in 5 New Jerseyans on Medicaid losing their coverage. This means losing checkups, treatments for chronic diseases like diabetes, access to life-saving medication. Cuts to Medicaid will hit particularly hard mothers and families in our poorest communities. That is why I've offered an amendment to require states to provide 12 months of continuous health care coverage for pregnant and postpartum women who qualify for Medicaid and CHIP. My state, New Jersey, already provides this coverage. 2 out of 3 maternal deaths in America happens in the days following childbirth. Health care at this time means the difference between life and death. My amendment number 84 builds on the work of my colleagues, including Representative Robin Kelly and the Black Maternal Health Caucus. I am grateful for their leadership. This is a common sense provision. If you support women and working families, there is no reason to oppose this. I have offered 5 additional amendments to this legislation that will make air traffic safer and more reliable by preventing mass layoffs at FAA and NTSB, reduce flooding by increasing funding for clean water grants, ensure transportation improvements continue progressing by preventing funding cuts, improve public safety by making sure that FEMA grants continue without delays and unnecessary red tape. And finally, provide funding for transit and other infrastructure improvements to prepare for the World Cup in my district next year. Madam Chairwoman, I encourage the entire committee to rule these amendments in order. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Landsman. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member, all of you. This is a terrible bill. It's so terrible that I have amendments that will attempt to protect children's hospitals, rural hospitals, and Americans with cancer. That's how bad the bill is, that all 3 need protection. The bill, as you all know, would gut Medicaid by anywhere between $700 to $900 billion. That's 9 million Americans who will lose their health insurance. On top of that, another $360 billion in affordable care subsidies. That's another 5 million Americans who will lose their health care. Anywhere between $230 to $300 billion in food assistance. Millions and millions of Americans, mostly children, will lose food. And it adds trillions to our deficit, all to pay for tax cuts that overwhelmingly support the wealthiest people in this country and big corporations. When you rip health care away from millions of Americans, it means that some people will die. Kill the bill, not Americans. My First Amendment prohibits Medicaid provider taxes from being capped in any state where those caps would harm a children's hospital. I have in my district the second best children's hospital in the country. I don't want it to be negatively affected at all. 50% of its revenue comes from Medicaid. If this bill passes, it will demonstrably harm our children's hospital and the children and families they serve. The Second Amendment prohibits Medicaid provider taxes from being capped in states where rural hospitals will be negatively affected. I have in my district hospitals that serve rural communities. They will be decimated. And my Third Amendment inserts that in no case may a deduction, cost sharing, or similar charge be imposed under the state plan with respect to cancer care services. As you know, there is a new fee for low-income families. When they get treatment, they have to pay more money. This says if it's cancer treatment, they shouldn't have to pay. The fact that these amendments are being put forward suggests that this is a terrible bill. And there's a better way. We all want and will support tax relief for working people, middle-class families, farmers, small businesses. All that can be paid for by simply adjusting just a little bit the tax code for the wealthiest in this country and big corporations. A minimum billionaire tax alone, call it the Elon tax, would generate over $500 billion. Adjusting the corporate tax rate just a little bit, $1.3 trillion. You can do all of the tax relief for everyone that needs it without touching anyone's health care, messing with food, or touching the deficit. And we get a bipartisan agreement on waste, fraud, and abuse, the border, and this thing gets 350 votes. On the other hand, if you all move forward with this bill, as Senator Hawley said, it will be devastating to people, it will hurt people, some will die, and it is political suicide. Kill the bill. That I yield back.
Landsman, Mr. Byer, you're recognized.
Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern, all the committee members, first of all, thank you for being here. 19 hours and 20 minutes already. It's incredibly generous of you to do that. Madam Chair, I'm testifying on 4 energy amendments, which really are classically Republican amendments that I think any of my friends, Republican colleagues on Ways and Means could be introducing, because this bill is not just catastrophic for the future livability planet, but it's catastrophic for energy dominance, for economic growth, and for the stated Republican energy agenda. This bill is much worse on energy than I thought it was going to be because it doesn't recognize the energy realities on the ground, because it's not a serious bill. My First Amendment is to protect the consumer energy tax credits. These are the tax credits for 3 million American families took advantage of in 2023. And every homeowner knows the cost to replace an HVAC or the water heater or the windows. And these are the very credits that make these home improvements affordable. Well, many Americans are struggling with the cost of living. I think one of the big reasons why Donald Trump won in November. This bill actually steals away the very credits that make the things more affordable, all for tax cuts for billionaires who won't even notice the change to their balance sheets. My Second Amendment restores the energy investment tax credit and the production tax credits, the ITC and the PTC. It's confusing to me because these have been long-held tax credits that were passed in a bipartisan way. Republicans have always supported them. They weren't part of the IRA. They existed long before the IRA, and it doesn't make any sense they're being attacked. And the average American residential consumer is going to see their electricity bill by way more than $100 next year. And then the business community is a lot higher increases, all the small businesses. Not only did these tax credits help keep the energy prices low, but they also increased the capacity of the energy grid. So they estimate that between now and 2035, our energy capacity will shrink the potential by as much as 72%. I co-chair the bipartisan AI caucus with Mike McCall, Jay Obernolte, and eliminating the ITC and the PTC is going to be the biggest threat to AI growth. We all know in all the AI meetings we have right now that the big thing that holds it back right now is the energy needed to drive all those data centers. But it's just basic math. The energy capacity is not going to be there unless we have the ITC and the PTC. All the other things, the renewables, they're bringing LNG online, that's not going to do it in time. My third amendment prevents the nuclear, hydrogen, and domestic manufacturing tax credits from being eliminated. These are Republican priorities. I knew the Ways and Means markup was unserious when I saw these provisions in the bill. Why are Republicans trying to kill nuclear fission? I thought we were trying to bring SMRs back. Why are they trying to kill the very promising fusion industry? Again, we have a huge bipartisan fusion caucus led by Chuck Fleischman and Jay Obernolte, and this will kill that. And then hydrogen. Hydrogen is a critical part of the oil and gas industry. And then finally, why do Republicans want to kill domestic manufacturing? I know this is what President Trump says he wants, to bring the manufacturing jobs back. But between tariffs and this reconciliation bill, 50,000 energy jobs have already been lost, or delayed, or canceled, and $56 billion of energy investments have been stalled or canceled. At the end of 2024, we had annual investment in American factories hit nearly $150 billion. But when we try to kill these energy jobs in this manufacturing, why do we do this when the president says it's his priority? And by the way, most of these are in Republican congressional districts. They're helping the people who voted for Donald Trump. It doesn't make any sense. Instead, these actions are going to kill hundreds of thousands of good-paying jobs. They're going to send U.S. manufacturing overseas by eliminating the landscape that made domestic investment attractive. And not to mention the 45X tax credit, which is the bill that kills, that has been so supportive of the mining industry. And again, I can't understand why Republican friends are attacking the mining industry. Finally, my last amendment is to protect traditional Republican priorities that my friends on Ways and Means couldn't do behind the scenes, but I know that they were offering it. The first was to restore the transferability provisions. That was a Republican-led priority. The second is changing placed in service to the beginning of construction. Again, very business-friendly. Republicans tried to do it. And the third was to use an existing Republican proposal to amend the FEOC to make it more workable. All told, this bill is a disaster for energy dominance, which I understand the president said is his priority. The GOP is ripping away these energy credits from American families and stifling economic growth while blowing a $5 trillion hole in the budget, all to give a tax cuts for billionaires. It hurts most American families, especially those who voted for Donald Trump. And I encourage the Rules Committee to make these 4 amendments in order, and I yield back.
Sorry, Mr. Bishop, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee. This is not a big, beautiful bill. It's a big, fat, ugly bill. It has wrinkles, warts, festering sores, and scars. And while Republicans are trying to put makeup and lipstick on this ugly creature to enhance its appearance, it's still ugly. And I'm here this evening to try and remove just a couple of warts with 2 amendments. The first is an amendment that addresses food insecurity experienced by military families by removing the barriers they face in applying for SNAP benefits. According to the most recent estimates by the Department of Defense, 28%, or nearly 1 in 3 of U.S. military families face food insecurity. Junior enlisted and military families of color struggle to put food on the table. This phenomenon even affects double military families, young couples just starting out where both spouses are enlisted. Experts believe that many families suffer in silence due to the stigma surrounding hunger and receiving nutrition benefits. Meanwhile, food pantries and food banks operate on or near every single military base in the United States. Military spouse unemployment is 7 times the national average as well. Frequent moves associated with the military lifestyle and the lack of affordable child care also strain household finances for low-ranking, low-pay military families. My amendment would address food insecurity among active duty service members by excluding the basic allowance for housing from SNAP income eligibility. These men and women of armed forces cannot use the basic allowance for housing to feed themselves or their families. It can only be used for housing. Makes no sense that we're including the BAH as proof that junior service members make too much. They were making minimum wage before this latest NDAA raised their pay. Even with the recent pay increase, our troops are using that increase for the exorbitant cost of child care, not for food. It's a tragedy that many of our nation's military can't afford to put food on the table and face serious barriers to assistance. Those who fight for our freedom should not have to fight for food. My second amendment will right a wrong that the Republican leadership in the House of Representatives has been dragging its feet to correct. This amendment would simply insert the language of Senate Bill 1077, which would allow the District of Columbia to keep its budget intact rather than impounding local revenue that was collected by the city to fund its police officers, firefighters, teachers, medical services, and all the essential services the city provides for its residents and visitors. As you all know, the measure passed the Senate unanimously by voice vote, but House Republicans have refused to consider it, despite President Trump strongly supporting the measure. I'm not suggesting that my colleagues should support it simply because President Trump does, but I say this to point out the overwhelming support this provision enjoys. It's time to stop playing politics with the citizens of our nation's capital. This is the seat of our federal government, housing our three co-equal branches, the Congress, the executive branch, and the judiciary, and it should be given the equal dignity and respect that any other political jurisdiction in our country enjoys. It is their local tax dollars, and they should be allowed to use them as Congress has authorized in the D.C. Home Rule Act. Remove this wart, remove these two warts, and pass a bill that takes care of the American people. I urge the adoption of these two amendments to remove these two warts on an ugly, ugly bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So over 100 members have testified today on this bill, and I'll be 101. We have testified, we've come to the Rules Committee to testify, not to hear our voices, but because we all profoundly disagree with this bill. And Madam Chair, my amendment would restore NIH grant funding that has been already appropriated, including funding that has already been awarded. This is not some hypothetical issue. This is real. Over 1,000 NIH scientists have been fired. Billions and billions of dollars worth of research has been canceled. This is NIH research into cancer, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, all cut off. Canceled by this administration, canceled by DOJ. And there are active medical research projects, including clinical trials, that cannot stop without people dying. And that is what we're talking about here. There are people out there who have no treatment options if NIH funding abruptly stops. Nothing. This is life or death for those people. Literally life or death. I mean, what are they supposed to do? Trump's cuts to NIH mean cures and breakthroughs are already slipping further and further out of our reach. These scientists can't just stop research and pick it back up in a few years like nothing happened. This sets us back decades and decades. I've talked to researchers in my district who have already said that they're considering leaving the country because of how unpredictable funding might be going forward. And if they can't even be sure that the grant that they've been awarded will be fulfilled, then why would they try to keep pursuing those research opportunities in the United States? I've been around Congress a long time, and I can tell you that no matter who is in the majority, who the president is, supporting medical research has always been a bipartisan effort, because diseases like cancer don't care about political affiliation. NIH is not just some line item. I mean, there are real people behind the work that they do, and there are people whose lives are prolonged and saved because of the work that they do. This is personal to me. 5 years ago, my daughter Molly was diagnosed with a rare cancer, and there was no surefire treatment, but she was accepted into an NIH clinical trial, and she received excellent care. As all of you know, a few weeks ago, she passed away due to complications from her cancer at the age of 23. And we are so devastated by her loss. But we are so grateful that we got to spend more time with her because of the NIH clinical trial that she was in. A clinical trial made possible because for decades, Congress has provided funding to the NIH in a bipartisan way. And how can anyone justify firing NIH doctors and scientists? How can they look our family and other families in the eye and justify these cynical, cruel NIH cuts? I mean, this is about our priorities as a nation. And this Congress is cutting taxes for billionaires. This Republican Congress is cutting taxes for billionaires. At the same time, this president is gutting NIH, and this Congress, this Republican Congress, is cutting health care. And I just find that totally wrong. So approving this amendment won't fix this disaster of a bill, but it will at the very least address Trump's cuts to life-saving medical research that I find unconscionable and immoral. And for the countless other people out there, the moms and dads and kids who rely on clinical trials for the hope of just one more month, just one more day, this amendment one day could save their life. And I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Anybody over here have anything? No? Ms. Scanlon.
I just want to once again thank all of our colleagues for coming in, for bearing with us, for helping us approach the 24-hour mark, and thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Johnson, I think I'm a co-sponsor with you on your amendment. Sorry. I think I'm a co-sponsor with you on your amendment with respect to the Judiciary Committee amendments that you offered. So thank you for bringing them forward again. I yield back.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody, for presenting your amendments. Thank you, Ranking Member. You know, it's really hard to have the courage to ask your colleagues to do not only what is right, but things that arise that are so personal and raise the vulnerabilities that we all know. And today, we felt the need for this amendment, and we've all felt it in our lives. And the Republicans have felt it in theirs. And they know this is right to support something like this. Thank you, Ranking Member. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. Well, I'm going to make a couple of comments. First, Mr. McGovern, one of my first jobs was working in Chapel Hill in the pathology department, where I learned where the clotting factor for hemophilia was found. And much of the money for that research came from the NIH, along with foundations. And so I'm very, very supportive of funding for the NIH and the work that it does. And I know that it does life-saving things. And I'm very glad that the work there extended Molly's time with you. I think that's very important. However, I am concerned about what has been said about this bill and what it's going to do, the extreme comments that have been made about it. and how I believe that it is scaring people out there in the country unnecessarily. The words I've heard, particularly today, are cut, rip, gut, kill, cruel, stealing food, losing coverage, jammed through, biggest transfer of wealth from vulnerable to wealthy people, irresponsible. It's not the way we ought to be talking about this bill. And I want to remind you of some words that were used in 2017 by our colleagues, and I think it's important. Words used about the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. Then House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi infamously predicted Armageddon for America. Former Clinton Treasury Secretary Larry Summers described pro-growth forecasts as tooth fairies and predicted a long recession. He was joined by discredited New York Times columnist Paul Krugman, who guaranteed a global recession with no end in sight. They were wrong. Instead, we got one of the greatest economic expansions in history. In the 2 years immediately after the passage of the TCJA, wages increased 4.9%, the fastest two-year growth in real wages in 20 years. The Washington Post gave Speaker Pelosi 2 Pinocchios for falsely claiming that 86 million middle-class families will see a tax increase. I can go on and on about the comments that were made then that did not come true. I really wish we could have been a little more temperate about this, because even people in my district that I know very well were scared very much about this bill. And I don't think the bill is going to do the dire things that we have heard. So I think there's been a concentrated effort to mislead people about what's happening here. And I'm going to ask my colleagues to work with us. I believe this bill will pass in fashion close to what it is now, but we'll continue to work on it, and we'll continue to work together throughout this entire session to make sure that if there are things that have gone wrong in here, that we make sure we don't have the cataclysms and the Armageddon that has been described here, which really, really trouble me, because they help divide our country more and more. And we don't need that. We don't need to divide ourselves, and we don't need to divide the country any more than it already is. So with that, I yield back my time. Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. And our panel is relieved. The chair, the committee stands in recess until 8:50 p.m. The committee will reconvene. My colleagues have now seen the manager's amendment that will be self-executing in this rule. You've all received a copy of the amendment. The amendment makes a number of technical and conforming changes to clarify references and cure bird fatalities. Additionally, the amendment makes a few substantive changes, including adjusting the implementation date for Medicaid work requirements, providing additional funding to states for border security actions they've taken, striking the Oversight Committee requirements that federal pensions take an average of an employee's highest 5 earning years, striking the sale of public lands in Nevada and Utah, caps the SALT deduction at $40,000 per household for incomes up to $500,000. The chair will be in receipt of a motion from the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the committee grant H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, a closed rule. The rule waives all points of order against consideration of the bill. The rule provides that an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-3, modified by the amendment printed in the Rules Committee report, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. The rule waives all points of order against provisions in the bill as amended. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The rule provides 1 motion to recommit. Finally, the rule provides that Clause 5B of Rule 21 shall not apply to the bill or amendments thereto.
Thank you very much, Ms. Houchin. You've now heard the motion. Is there any discussion or amendment to the rule?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, so, again, we spent 20 hours debating this bill, and many of the 500 amendments submitted to it as well. We began at 1 a.m. We have been fully transparent about our views. Over 100 Democrats testified before this committee, expressing our profound opposition to this bill and our deep disappointment in the process. On the other hand, Republicans went off and debated with themselves in some secret back room. Now we're back here in the dead of night, and they want the only amendment to move forward. They want the only amendment to move forward to be the one that they wrote in secret. It's a 40-page manager's amendment. I have no idea what the implications are of the changes that are being made. We're not going to get a CBO score on the changes before we vote. And again, the manager's amendment isn't some boring compilation of technical fixes. It makes huge changes to key portions of the bill. And how in the world are members supposed to understand what they're about to vote on? I mean, are you going to explain every provision of this? Our old colleague, Mr. Massey, understands it. I mean, Mr. Neguse quoted him earlier. He said, shouldn't we take more than a few hours to read a bill this big and this consequential, end quote. You know, Congressman Massey's right. We have had only minutes to review this amendment before voting on it, without even a comparative print. We don't even have a comparative print to show what is changing. I mean, CBO spent days and days carefully putting together data about what the previous version of this bill would do. I know it didn't show what you were hoping it would show, but it seems vital for us to get updated data on a bill that is set to rob the middle class in order to pay off the rich. So there is no pressing deadline here. That's what is so puzzling to us. I mean, just your own made-up deadline to pass this bill before Memorial Day. We could do this bill tomorrow or the next day. We could do it when we come back from Memorial Day. So, you know, we should recess and give everyone the time needed to understand these changes. This is a big deal. This is consequential. And that we're moving forward with major changes, and we're just supposed to take, you know, your word for it that, oh, it's no big deal. So you know what, I move that we adjourn, because we ought to take the time to be able to do this.
Point of order. Motion to adjourn's been made. It's not debatable. No comments after that can be allowed. Madam Chair.
Say that again.
The gentleman made a motion to adjourn and then wanted to explain it, but you can't debate a motion to adjourn, so once the motion's made, all discussion ends.
Yes. All right. Stop
The
debate every which
clerk-
way you can, I get it, okay.
Yeah. The question
Well,
is
that's the rule,
on,
going back to Parliament.
I get it, yep, I get it.
the question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Can I ask for a roll call, or am I going to be silenced on that?
You may ask for a roll
I ask for a
call.
roll call. This
The clerk
atrocious
will-
process.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not, the motion is not agreed to. Is there further
Yes.
discussion or amendment?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 378 offered by myself, which requires NIH to restore all awarded, unspent, but obligated appropriated NIH grant funding.
You've heard the motion from the ranking member. Is there further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes
I ask
have
for a
it.
roll call.
The gentleman asked for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Ms. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Ms. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion
Yes.
on the,
Yeah. I have an amendment to the rule, Madam Chair.
Mr. Governor, your
I move the
recommendation?
committee strike the final sentence of the rule, which states that Clause 5B of Rule 21, the House rule requiring a supermajority vote to increase income taxes, does not apply to this bill. I mean, we have just spent hours and hours showing that this tax scam will mostly benefit the ultra-wealthy, while it will hurt the lowest earners. We have presented unbiased, nonpartisan analysis from the Joint Committee on Taxation, from the Congressional Budget Office, and from outside experts. And here's one final piece of proof. Republicans have to rig the rules to move their bill forward, even though it increases taxes for many families. And I'll try to explain in plain English. The House rules require a supermajority vote, 3/5, for any bill that increases income taxes. And guess what? Republicans are turning that rule off for this bill. You are turning it off. Not as part of a standard waiver of all points of order, but specifically and intentionally. And why do they have to do that? Because they know that this bill will increase taxes on those families who are struggling the most to put food on the table. And they want to rig the rules so they can pass it with a party line vote anyway, despite the House rule against it. This bill is a Republican scam, and the American people aren't going to fall for it. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment to ensure that we follow the House rules, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Neguse?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to be heard on the amendment. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I think it begs a larger question with reference to the manager's amendment that we're considering. We've had a very fulsome discussion over the course of the last 20 hours on the bill that was before this committee. We now have, I believe, a 40-some-odd page manager's amendment that's been submitted. Here it is, we just got it. And I know my colleagues seemed very willing to explain the various provisions of the underlying bill. And so I wonder if any of them would be willing to help explain to me the changes in the manager's amendment. If Mr. Scott or Mr. Norman could perhaps give us some clarity about what this manager's amendment attempts to do to the underlying bill. I mean, we just got it, so we're being asked to vote on it. I assume you all, and maybe who we need to have come in to explain it is Mr. Roy. I mean, Mr. Roy has not been in this hearing, I think, for the vast majority of it, the last 20 hours that we've been sitting here. I assume he's negotiating this. So I assume he explained to you what he's now asking you all to vote for. Can someone explain to us what this manager's amendment attempts to do?
Mr. Neguse?
Yes.
I gave you the summary. There's been a lot of discussion about it being a 1,000-page bill, but we all know all of those components were out there for a long time. And so I want to look at a 40-page bill. We all know that that's not 40 pages, 8.5, not a large amount. So much of it is technical. Mr. McGovern said there's not a lot that's technical. I've given you what are the major substantive changes in the bill. We're happy to give you a copy of that. But
is that a summary document that you have that you're? Yeah, if you could provide that to us, that would be helpful.
Sure.
I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of, and maybe my colleagues on the other side of the aisle already know, where did this bill end up on SALT? Where did it end up with the IRA phase-outs? Where all of the variety of issues that have been, been debated the last couple of days? I just think it's unfortunate that members would have to, find out from online on Twitter.
I can read this to you.
I'm just trying to understand, well, what does it mean to, to strike MAGA and insert Trump? I mean, what's that about in the manager's amendment?
I can answer that question, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I mean, this is why you don't, hand something like this to people and then rush into a markup. But anyways, if people could explain some of this stuff, that would be helpful.
Who was it that said they could explain the?
Mr. Griffith.
Sure.
If the chairwoman wants me to.
I'm happy to yield a moment from my time.
I'm happy to recognize you, Mr. Griffith.
Yeah, so
It was my time, but I don't.
all of that language was in the original bill, and they were creating this new trust that you would, for a child born in, I think, 4 or 5 year period. I don't remember now if it was a 4-year period or a 5-year period. You could set up a trust. There was all kinds of rules about the qualifications of the trustee. It had to be a bank, et cetera, and the name of the trust originally was going to be the MAGA trust that you set up for the child, and the government was going to put in, I believe, if I remember correctly, it was $1,000 for each child where the family set this up, and they were going to call them MAGA trusts.
And why the name change?
The wisdom was to change that to the Trump trusts.
So you're going to name these accounts?
Why?
So
Trust?
the Cory Booker idea, this was Cory Booker's idea, it's his baby bonds. Now, he was willing to call it baby, but Trump didn't call it
Can we
Trump.
do this one person at a time, please?
No, you're right.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith, for that explanation. It's nice to have that clarity, and I suspect those who might be watching online can now understand.
Wow.
So to put a finer point on it, the MAGA baby bonds are now going to be named the Trump baby bonds. That's what Republicans have spent the better part of the last 24 hours negotiating at the White House. Apparently, the president got his way, and these new savings accounts will be named in his honor. It's for all the talk of my colleagues, not treating him like a king. It sure seems like you are attempting to do so. I've never heard of you all would be screaming bloody murder if we named savings accounts after Barack Obama, the new trust accounts for your children and your grandchildren, Obama accounts.
Well, I
would
do
love
think-
to see the reaction. But anyway, I will. I'm happy to yield back the balance of my time, and others want to be heard on the amendment. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Ms. Scanlon?
Yeah, just with respect to that, instead of the MAGA trust or the Trump trust, why don't we call it the Trump diaper savings? It could be TDS, because I think the only way you end up with a stupid name like this is if you have TDS. So let's call it the Trump diaper savings.
Well, you'd need to offer an amendment to do that, I
I don't think
believe,
it's worth
Ms.
anyone's time.
Scanlon.
It's not going anywhere.
Do we have a pending
Do you-
amendment?
No, I believe you,
We're on his amendment.
Right, and I'd like to speak to his amendment.
yes.
So, I mean, I think the reason we're talking about the amendment is that Republicans are going to raise taxes, right? Mr. McGovern?
Mr.
Right.
McGovern made an amendment to take out the last line.
Right, and the
the
reason
bill.
that needs to be taken out is because the requirement, if I am
Right.
correct, I am going to read this. They are taking out consideration of retroactive tax rate increase. It shall not be in order to consider a bill, joint resolution, et cetera, carrying a retroactive federal income tax rate increase. The only reason you need to get rid of that section is because you're having a tax rate buried somewhere in here. So there is a tax rate increase. That's what you are doing. So not only are you, I mean, you need to think about that. And the problem is you don't know what's in this, but this is snuck in here. And your Republican colleagues should know that. Representative McGovern, I mean,
So they're making it easier to raise taxes on struggling families.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this is. So that's what we're voting on. Otherwise, why would you waive it? Why would you have to waive it?
Yeah.
I believe the explanation is that it's very precautionary because of the name of the trust.
Oh, it's precautionary.
Because of the name of the trust.
The trust is a tax increase? So
We're talking-
clearly,
we're
there's
talking about
some
two
kind of
different
tax increase in this
No,
bill.
we're talking about two different things right
No,
now.
no.
You're talking about the MAGA Trump thing. I'm going back to that, we have a pending amendment.
No, that's what we're talking about. Why do we have that line in there?
While you have to approve a tax increase, you're approving a tax increase because you're increasing somebody's taxes for the Trump baby bonds? I mean, this is getting even more confusing. It is, your explanations
It
get us all
has-
more
Madam
worried.
Chairman,
Excuse me. There is a better explanation, and that is because we are continuing the tax cuts that were in the TCJA, it is being done as a cautionary measure to make sure that there is nothing seen in here that
But, Madam
would
Chair-
implicate a tax increase.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, if you are describing those
Madam
as
Chair.
tax cuts, you would not need a authorization for a tax rate increase. This is about increasing your taxes. So you are authorizing the increase of taxes without the required vote in the rules.
I think we've been very clear that we do not intend to increase taxes in this bill. Mr.
Madam
Norman.
Chairman, I'm pretty sure that, you know, we've been sitting up,
I haven't waived
here
my
for
time.
we've been sitting up here for how many hours, 20 hours? We're not going, there's
Mr. Norman.
nothing
Hold
that
on
would
here, Mr.
convince
Mr.
What-
that
Norman,
either
Would you
one,
yield to Mr. Norman?
He hasn't asked me
There's-
yet.
Thank you.
there's nothing that
He still
we can
hasn't
say.
asked me. I mean, Mr. Norman, right? If you'd asked me, I would probably yield to you, but
Sounds like
I have the
would
time.
you
so-
yield?
I would, Mr. Norman. Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
I don't think there's any question that whatever we say to explain anything is going to make my good friends from the other side of the aisle vote for anything that we put forward. So what I would ask is we call for the question, and let's move through this. Thank you for yielding, and that's my request. I yield back, Ms. Hondeling.
Generally yield?
I would, of course, yield, Mr.
Again, the House rules requires a supermajority vote, 3/5 for any bill that increases income taxes. And you are turning that rule off for this bill. Not as a part of a standard waiver of all points of order, but specifically and intentionally. And the only reason why you would do that is because you know that this bill will increase taxes on those families who are struggling the most to put food on the table. And so that is this amendment. I think we ought to have a vote on it. And again, none of the explanations have cleared anything up. So I think we ought to have a vote on it.
Right, and just to be clear, what you are voting on is that you want to keep a provision that allows you to increase taxes without the required three-fifths vote. You all decided you didn't want to raise taxes willy-nilly, but that is what the amendment is. And I am supportive of the amendment because we shouldn't be raising taxes when people don't even know what they're doing. But this bill does raise taxes. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I believe that we will be proven right again as we were in 2017. So I have no problems voting against Mr. McGovern's amendment, because once this bill is all out there and it is passed, there will be no tax increases in it, and our friends can continue to speculate, but they won't be there.
But just in case, you're going to waive this rule, so I'd like a vote on it.
Yes, sir. Okay. Mr. Scott, do you wish to say something? Or can we vote on Mr. McGovern's motion? Okay. Mr. McGovern?
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
McGovern has moved to take out the last line in the rule, which says, Clause 5B of Rule 21 shall not apply to the bill or amendment thereto.
Absolutely, you got it right, absolutely.
Okay, so all in favor of Mr. McGovern's motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and Mr. McGovern
Ask for a roll call.
asks for a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No,
Madam Chair, no.
no. The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 233 offered by Democratic leader Jeffries, which strikes all provisions that would cause millions of Americans to lose health care and food assistance. Leader Jeffries testified passionately before this committee about the devastating effect that this bill would have on American families. And out of respect for his position as the leader of the Democratic caucus and for the millions of Americans who will be hurt by this bill, Republicans should allow Leader Jeffries to offer his amendment on the floor for an up or down vote. And I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there any further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment for including Mr. Jeffries' amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the motion from Mr. McGovern. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
for a
to.
roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 245 offered by Representative Underwood, which makes the enhanced premium tax credits that lower the costs of health insurance plans offered on the ACA marketplace permanent. This amendment is simple. It will prevent millions of working Americans from losing their health care coverage and keep health care costs from skyrocketing.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Is there any further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. McGovern asked for a recorded vote. Clerk will call the vote.
Mrs.
Roll.
Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 267 offered by Representative Del Bene, which makes the child tax credit fully refundable and increases the credit amount from $2,000 per child to $6,360 for newborns, $4,320 for children ages 1 through 6, and $3,600 for children aged 6 through 17. The Democrats passed an historic change to the child tax credit in 2021, cutting child poverty in half. Under the Republican bill today, families making $400,000 a year get the full child tax credit, but lower income families may get nothing or just a fraction of that due to how the Republicans structured the credit. The official nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation estimated that next year, if the Republican bill were to pass, 17 million children who are American citizens would be blocked from getting the full value of the child tax credit. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, I call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As for roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests the roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion or amendment?
Madam Chair, I have
Mr.
an amendment to
McGovern.
the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 250 offered by Representative Doggett, which reduces the cost of the bill by about half by ensuring only the 98% of taxpayers earning $400,000 or less each year receive a tax break, and the 2% of taxpayers earning over $400,000 do not receive any new tax breaks. Madam Chair, if Republicans want to put their money where their mouth is and provide tax relief for working families, not the millionaires or billionaires, they should support this amendment. This amendment would allow taxpayers earning $400,000 or less to receive the tax relief under the Republican proposal, but block the 2% of earners in America from receiving another tax break. This alone would save American taxpayers trillions of dollars, but I fear Republicans are too beholden to their wealthy donor class to go for it, but nonetheless, I urge a yes vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not
Ask for a
agreed to.
roll call, Madam
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam
The
Chair?
noes have it. Mr. McGovern.
Madam Chair, so we got the manager's amendment, about a half an hour ago, and we're still trying to, comb through it to see, what the changes are and what the impacts are going to be. But there seems to be tens of billions of additional healthcare cuts in this manager's amendment. So you're rushing it in the dark of night, and it'll kick people off their healthcare. And I find that, not only concerning, quite frankly, I find that disgusting. Again, all to give tax breaks to billionaires. So I have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 40, offered by Representative Chu, which ensures that no one earning more than $10 million per year receives a tax cut. So Republicans just voted down a motion to protect tax relief for families making under $400,000 a year. This new amendment would ensure that those making over $10 million per year would not get a tax cut. So under this bill, people making over $1 million a year would get an average $82,000 tax cut compared to those making less than $50,000 who will get less than $1 per day. So the Republicans want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on tax giveaways to those making over $10 million a year. I think we'll just wait and see. So I urge a yes vote on this.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? I will just point out that, Mr. McGovern, in a similar situation, we have a 40-page manager's amendment. The Democrats dumped on us a 309-page manager's amendment, and we voted on it immediately.
Yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, but.
Well, it was a 309-page manager's amendment. Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor of Mr. McGovern's amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Yes, for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? No. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 283, offered by Representative Gomez, which establishes a 39.6% tax bracket for income over $1 million. So for those following along at home, Republicans have just voted down our amendment to limit tax cuts to those making under $400,000 per year. And they blocked another amendment to ensure people making over $10 million a year won't get a tax cut. So let's see how far they'll take this. This amendment would block Republicans from giving another tax cut to Americans making over $1 billion per year in income. That's billion with a B. Republicans are kicking millions of Americans off their health care and SNAP benefits in order to finance tax cuts, not for, in order to finance tax cuts that will help billionaires. So I'm giving Republicans one last chance to redeem themselves by voting in favor of this amendment.
Any further discussion? But I will point out, Mr. McGovern, this is the only, you're the only one who's pushing for a tax increase in
billionaires, yeah,
piece of legislation. Yeah. We will be voting no, you will be voting yes on a tax increase. So the
I think is Trump in favor of giving billionaires a tax cut? I don't know.
The motion,
he went to be heard.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ingus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with respect to the ranking member's amendment, and certainly something I support. But again, just to clarify, and we had this discussion previously, the ranking member proposed an amendment that would have deleted the exemption to the 3/5 rule that you all defeated. So if you did not intend to increase income taxes, then you would not have needed to include a waiver of that rule. The House rules are very clear that any income tax increase requires 3/5 support of the full House. So if you want to increase income taxes, you have to get 3/5 of the House to support it. You all decided that you did not want that rule to apply to this bill. And the only reason why you would do so is because you know that your bill does in fact increase income taxes. Otherwise, there would be no point in seeking that waiver. So yes, Mr. McGovern's amendment seeks to increase taxes on billionaires, and that is very different than the middle income tax increases that you all have, or at least are concerned about in being embedded within your bill, given the pursuit of the exemption to that rule that you pursued. Mr. McGovern, I'm happy to yield to you.
Yeah, no, and I would just say, as we pointed out multiple times, the CBO letter that we all received showing how this bill would impact the bottom 10% and the top 10%. As you can see here, the top 10% do really well. The bottom 10% actually get hurt under this bill. So maybe if you voted for this, we could take some of that money and help the bottom 10% so they don't get screwed like they're getting in this letter here. So I'd urge a yes vote on this.
Yeah. And I would just simply conclude by saying, we didn't have enough time to go through the historical record, but I actually do think that vote y'all took a few minutes ago was unprecedented. I don't know that Mr. Norman has ever voted to waive the income tax 3/5 vote requirement in this House. I mean, I don't, and I certainly know Mr. Roy has not done that, which I suspect is why he's not here right now, because he didn't want to be on record on that particular vote, and I understand why. But in any event, I digress. I'll yield back.
You all digress a lot, and you're supposing something. We're voting on facts. Okay. So
I'd like to be heard on the
Ms.
amendment.
Ledger Fernandez, are you seeking recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to be heard on Mr.
You're
O'Brien.
recognized.
Thank you so very much. I think that a really key thing is, one is you just voted to allow you to increase taxes with a simple majority. And unlike what you are doing, Mr. McGovern is being very clear, Mr. Gomez is being very clear about who he thinks should pay a teeny bit more in taxes. And that is the ultra wealthy. So it's a very clear vote. I mean, if you want to argue, because we've heard Republicans argue that this does not benefit the wealthy more than others, well, this is a way to actually allow it to go to a vote. It's very clear, very transparent. I have a similar amendment, and I'm going to yield some time to my ranking member.
We're looking at this print. I mean,
Does Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
I just yielded some time to my ranking member. Yes, thank you.
At the bottom of page 16, the manager's amendment strikes 10 pages from your bill that was the REINS Act. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Norman, as I recall, you said that that was the most important bill to curtail federal regulations. And that's your quote. And I don't know whether you know this or not, but the REINS Act was stricken from the bill.
We are aware of that because of the bird bath issue. It has been not completely stricken, but redone.
I think it has. I can't.
It has been redone in order to survive a bird bath. So we are aware of that. That's one of the technical changes in the 40 pages.
Yeah. Well, whatever. Anyway, I urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Okay.
I support your amendment, and if anybody else want to speak, I will yield in time, but seeing that I yield back.
Mr. McGovern's amendment to raise taxes All those in favor say aye.
On the billionaires.
Billionaires, aye.
Billionaires, billionaires,
And not
the
on-
billionaire
not on-
tax.
Not on poor people.
All those opposed, vote no. No.
That's for a roll call.
Okay, Mr. McGovern requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Yes.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 29, offered by Ranking Member Craig, which strikes harmful provisions that would slash $300 billion in food assistance for children, seniors, and veterans. Madam Chair, as I said earlier, this bill is a disaster. It is a disaster for the 16 million children, 8 million seniors, 4 million people with disabilities, and over 1 million veterans who rely on SNAP to put food on the table. This bill that you have here will cut the modest food benefits of about $2 per meal for millions of people in this country who need a little extra help to get by. The SNAP cuts contained in this bill also threaten access to school meals because if kids get kicked off of SNAP, they are no longer directly certified to receive school meals. SNAP supports the people who matter the most to us, our moms and dads, our kids and grandparents. Cutting benefits means families will go hungry, farmers will suffer, and health care costs will go up. Support this amendment if you want to protect nutrition assistance for regular people. I urge a yes vote.
You've heard the motion from Mr. McGovern. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I can have a recorded vote, please.
Mr. McGovern requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McGovern.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 32 offered by Representative Hayes, which prevents any cuts to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program from taking effect until certification. These provisions will not result in a reduction of benefits. Madam Chair, throughout the course of this debate and in the Agriculture Committee, Republicans insisted that they aren't taking benefits away from people who need them. Agriculture Committee Chairman Thompson said over and over again there wouldn't be cuts to benefits. And yet, we are considering a bill that would cut SNAP benefits by $300 billion. This isn't about integrity or any other nonsense that the Republican spin machine is trying to sell to people back home. This bill will take food away from kids, working families, and people with disabilities, full stop. There's no way to achieve the kind of cuts Republicans are making without cutting benefits for those populations of people. And if you really do believe that this bill doesn't cut benefits, then this amendment should be a no-brainer. Protect SNAP for the millions of Americans who rely on modest food benefits to feed their families by voting yes on this amendment.
Is there further discussion? I say only that integrity means a lot to Republicans. And integrity of programs is key to us, and that's what we're doing in this legislation, is we are going to do everything we can to get integrity in programs to save the programs. All those in favor of Mr. McGovern's amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Please, the clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 33 offered by Representative Brown, which prevents families with children as young as 7 years of age from losing food assistance. Madam Chair, families with kids who are 7 face barriers to child care. Many in rural areas may face transportation issues and a lack of jobs, which makes finding employment tough. Cutting parents with kids as young as 7 off of food assistance decimates the entire family's food budget. It means the whole family will have less money for food. So if you want to protect kids from losing access to nutritious food, please vote yes on this amendment. If you think it's more important to give billionaires another tax break at the expense of hungry kids, then you can vote no.
Further
Madam Chair.
discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment.
Madam Chair, I just want to
Mr.
point
Scott.
out that this is in the provisions dealing with the able-bodied adults without dependents of the law. And I want to just make sure that everybody knows that you don't have to meet all of the requirements. You can meet any of the requirements, and you receive the exemption. Any of the requirements, and you receive the exemption. The age 7 has absolutely nothing to do with the child. It has to do with an automatic waiver for the adults in the household. That's it. Anything else that they tell you is simply not true.
Well, no, with due respect, we heard that from the chairman, and he's wrong, and you're wrong as well. So, I mean, that somehow, that lowering the age to 7 doesn't...
A person is not, I can read it from a person is not subject to the ABOD work requirement if they are any of the following: younger than age 18 or age 63 or older, the 63 or older is the change, exempt from the general work requirement rules, pregnant, experiencing physical, mental barriers to work, experiencing homelessness, a veteran, age 24 or younger in the foster care when you return to age 18, living with someone under the age of 7 in their SNAP household. You can meet any of those and you're exempt. That's it.
You're taking food away from the parent, and therefore you're taking food away from the family. I mean, I don't understand why this is so hard to get your mind around. I mean, the bottom line is you're decreasing the amount of food assistance going to a family that loses a 7-year-old child.
With all due respect, Mr. McGovern, all you have to meet is one of these to get the automatic waiver, and if you don't get the automatic waiver, you can still apply for the other waiver. With that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. You've heard the motion from Mr. McGovern. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes.
Ask for a roll call vote on that.
All right. Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 25 offered by Representative McLean Delaney, which prevents sections 1001 through 100012 from taking effect until certification. These provisions will not result in a decrease in benefits for households with children under the age of 18. And if, Mr. Scott is so confident that there's all these waivers, then this should be something he should vote for. This bill cuts the food budgets of families with kids in 2 ways. First, it imposes new time limits on SNAP for parents with kids over the age of 7. Second, it shifts the cost of benefits over to the states, who simply do not have the hundreds of millions of dollars, in some cases up to $1 billion, laying around to pay for the benefits. So if states can't meet their cost share, then they will have no choice but to reduce the benefit for the people who receive SNAP in their states. So again, this should be an easy amendment for Republicans to vote for, and I would urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? If not, hearing none, the question's on the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, noes have it. The amendment is not
As for
agreed to.
roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Ms. Montgomery?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make and order amendment number 184, offered by Ranking Member Scott and myself, which prohibits the bill from going into effect unless cuts to Medicaid and SNAP would not result in fewer families being eligible for free school meals. Madam Chair, a new report by the Urban Institute warned that up to 18.3 million kids could lose access to free school meals because of this awful bill. For many kids, free school meals provides them with the most nutritious food that they are able to access on any given day. Because of the way SNAP interacts with school meals in many states, children who lose SNAP benefits also lose direct eligibility for free and reduced meals at school. When we last considered the budget, members on this committee insisted that Republicans were not going to cut school meals. And yet we have a report right here telling us that millions of kids may lose access because of the changes. So Republicans, the changes that Republicans are making to nutritional assistance. So vote yes on this amendment if you want to protect school meals for kids. And I yield back.
Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think this really goes to what do we expect of our children when they go to school? And we know that there's study after study that says that children who are hungry cannot learn as well. And when we invest in our children, we are investing in our future. And to deprive school children of school meals is simply not consistent with what I think we should be as a nation. And so I am thankful for the ranking member for his amendment that really prioritizes the need to make sure that we have healthy school children, and I urge a yes vote on his amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call, Madam Chair.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 68, offered by Representative Vasquez, which inserts the text of the Affordable Insulin Now Act from the 118th Congress, which was H.R. 1488, which limits cost sharing for insulin under private health insurance for a month's supply of selected insulin products at $35 or 25% of a plan's negotiated price after any price concessions, whichever is less.
You've heard the amendment by Mr. McGovern. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Madam Chair, the $35 a month insulin cap was so important, especially in Native American communities where there's high diabetes rate especially in Latino communities, which also have a high diabetes rate. We actually have something similar in New Mexico, and it really did make a difference. It helped people to make sure they took their insulin and didn't ration it, because you need to take that insulin. And when it gets too expensive, people can't afford it. So this was, I think, a wonderful thing that the Democrats did in the 118th. But it's something that we should all own, because diabetes is running rampant in all of our communities, especially rural communities. So I support Mr. McGovern's amendment and urge a yes vote.
All those in favor of Mr. McGovern's amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
have an
Mr.
amendment to the
McGovern.
rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 42, offered by Representative Chu, which strikes the provisions in the bill that increase costs, increase red tape, and make it harder for people to get coverage, and cause coverage loss on the ACA marketplace.
You've heard the amendment by Mr. McGovern. All those is further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam
If
Chair.
further, Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 242, offered by Representative Gomez, which extends eligibility for the ACA premium tax credit to include children and pregnant women, including those losing Medicaid coverage. This amendment is simple. It ensures that children and pregnant women are not harmed by the Republican attack on health insurance coverage. It will prevent millions of children and pregnant women from losing their health care coverage and mitigate Republicans' deliberate health care cost increases.
Is there any further discussion to Mr. McGovern's amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not
I ask for a
agreed to.
roll call, ma'am.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment's not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 215, offered by Representative Rivas, which strikes the provision creating a moratorium on states or a political subdivision from enforcing any law or regulation limiting, restricting, or regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce. Madam Chair, this amendment would strike the awful provision in this bill that makes sure that AI companies continue to operate lawlessly. As it is currently written, the Republican budget reconciliation package will place a 10-year moratorium on state-level AI regulations. This is wrong, and it must be removed. I hear from my constituents every single day that they are worried about AI. They're worried about how it will affect their jobs, their families, their government, their health care, and their children. People are scared and excited about what AI will do to the world around them. Now, Republicans slipped a provision in this bill that says to all states, red or blue, your legislation on AI doesn't count. Throw it in the trash. This is a sneaky and it's authoritarian. This is a bad faith effort to leave AI unregulated under the guise of dispelling regulatory burdens. I mean, truth be told, I mean, this body ought to legislate on this topic, but no one's had the guts to do it. So the states have stepped up, and they have taken this matter into their hands. And that you're going in and basically telling states that what they've done doesn't matter, I think is terrible. So I urge a yes vote on my amendment.
Is there further discussion on Mr. McGovern's amendment?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I agree. Congress needs to legislate on this, but it's not possible to do it at the state level, so I'm opposed to this.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Scott. The vote is on Mr. McGovern's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McGovern?
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 202 offered by Representative Ocasio-Cortez, which subtitle A of Title 4 shall not go into effect until the Inspector General of the Department of Energy certifies that the implementation of sections 41002 and 41004 of this subtitle will not result in increased risks of corruption or pay-to-play politics that would adversely impact the integrity of the permitting processes of the Department of Education and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Madam Chair, these unbelievable provisions essentially mean that you can give the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission $10 million and they automatically have to approve your pipeline, or that you can give DOE $1 million and they automatically find that your LNG exports are in the public interest and can move forward. And guess what? Every state and local government no longer has a say. They have to approve your pipeline if you pay $10 million. This is a pay-to-play permitting bribery scheme, plain and simple. And it's becoming all too commonplace in this administration. And so I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion. All those in favor of Mr. McGovern's amendment say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
Independent chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Further discussion or amendments?
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Scanlon, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 374, offered by Representative Mike Thompson, which would strike section 112029, which eliminates the $200 tax on silencers, which has been in place since 1934. Before we proceed to discuss this, can I ask, are any of our colleagues, are you aware of any changes that might have been made in the manager's amendment to this provision regarding silencers? You are. Okay, so you understand that the manager's amendment, which we just got, less than an hour ago, removes silencers from the requirements of the National Firearms Act, which was passed in 1934, and which since that time has required that silencers be subject to a background check and be registered, and up until the time of the underlying bill, also had a $200 registration fee. But all of a sudden, we started this hearing by noting that nobody calls a hearing for 1 o'clock in the morning unless you're trying to hide something. So now we're 21 hours later. We've seen the sun come up, a little cloudy. We've seen the sun go down. So now here we are again in the dark of night, and all of a sudden, there's a magical amendment in the manager's amendment that is going to put more dangerous firearm equipment out on the streets. So here we are. You're sneaking this provision in that not only gets rid of the firearm registration fee for a silencer, but also removes the requirement that they have to be registered at all. Over 400 silencers were found on or traced to violent crime scenes in 2023 alone. So in addition to removing silencers from the definition in the National Firearms Act, there's no discussion of why such a policy change would happen. Also, the removal of the excise tax here is going to cost American taxpayers $1.5 billion. So it's a brazen attempt to make it easier to commit violent crimes. So I think this is sneaky. I think it's a radical policy change with no explanation for why this longstanding federal policy should be overturned in the middle of the night, and I'd urge a yes vote on my amendment. Yes, and I'll yield to Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Scott.
It's actually not a silencer, it's a suppressor. It doesn't suppress.
I'm sorry, it is still my time. If we look at your manager's amendment, it says that the section is amended by striking any silencer. The
Okay.
whole
Well,
National
then I
Firearms
apologize.
Act-
I don't want to argue with you.
And you can
but-
look up the National Firearms Act. I'm sorry, it's
Okay.
still my time, and I'm yielding to Mr. McGovern.
I would just say, I
Oh,
support.
never mind then. I thought you wanted to engage in a debate, but that's okay. I'm
Yeah.
opposed to it.
I had
Yeah,
yielded to
yeah,
him
yeah.
first.
Of course you are. But I support the gentlelady's amendment because, quite frankly, what is in this reconciliation bill, does more to support assassins than it does American families. Yeah, well, you know what? Talk to law enforcement. Talk to people who have been victims of gun violence. I know you think it's funny, but I don't. With that, I yield back to the gentlelady.
Any further discussion?
I'll yield back.
I'd like to be recognized, Madam Chair.
Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, and I'm happy to engage in a debate with my colleague. I always enjoy debating with Mr. Scott. The confusion I have about this particular provision, obviously for all of the reasons that Ms. Scanlon and Ranking Member McGovern stated, I think this is a dangerous, deeply problematic provision that you all have put into this piece of legislation. The question I have is, this was not in the bill that we were marking up. So whose vote was bought with this provision that silencers will no longer need to be registered with the ATF or subject to background checks, purchasers, that is to say? Like, what member was on the fence about this bill and then went to Republican leadership and said, I know you're eliminating the tax on silencers, but if you can just eliminate all regulation of silencers, I will vote for this bill. Who's?
It did not eliminate all regulations of silencers.
Sure. So,
It's still subject. No, it doesn't.
No.
You don't know anything about this one, brother.
I
know
haven't
this
yielded
one.
to you yet, Mr. Scott.
I have 10 of them.
I haven't
have
yielded
five-
to you yet,
I have
Mr.
10 plus.
Scott.
I'm not
I
going
haven't
to
yielded to you yet, Mr. Scott. So,
Mr. Neguse has the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This provision very clearly states that you no longer have to register silencers with the ATF. Is that wrong? Is that incorrect?
That does not mean that you will not go through a background check. It will be
understand.
sold the same way a rifle
That's not
is.
the question I asked, Mr. Scott. I asked
Don't
whether
yell
this
at me.
provision,
I gave you an answer. You don't like it. It's over with.
this provision very clearly states
Let Mr. Neguse ask a question and answer it, please, Mr. Scott.
the The National Firearm Act, for 100 years, since the days of Al Capone, which is the impetus behind the National Firearm Act in the first instance, has required registration for those purchasing silencers. That was the case up until 45 minutes ago, when Republicans negotiated the elimination of that registration requirement. Fairly straightforward. I don't really know who in the Republican caucus was adamant that this provision was the key to unlocking their support.
And I don't believe anyone here, excuse me for interrupting, but I don't think anybody here knows that either, Mr. Neguse.
Got it. Well, that's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you,
There
Madam
we
Chair.
go.
That's a helpful answer.
Let's cut to the chase.
And maybe we might find out on the floor during debate. I mean, hopefully, I guess what I will say, and I'll close here, is that, because I know many of our colleagues are watching, is they're waiting to get to the floor for the debate, that perhaps whoever it was that made this request of Speaker Johnson and said, I need this provision so that I can vote for this bill, that they might come to the floor and help explain to the American public why that was.
Maybe we could just follow the money, and that's how we could figure out who did it.
Another way to do it, too.
Thank you.
I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor from Ms. Scanlon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the
I'd
chair,
ask
the
for a
noes
roll
have
call
it. Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Ms.
Madam Chair?
Scanlon, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 27 offered by Representative Johnson, which strikes bill text that would prevent the courts from enforcing a contempt citation against the government for failure to comply with an injunction or a temporary restraining order. As we discussed previously when some of our colleagues were here, certainly Representative Johnson, this is a critical part of separation of powers that the courts be able to effectuate their decisions. So I'd urge a yes vote.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion by Ms. Scanlon say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion
I'd
of the
ask for a
chair,
roll call vote.
Ms. Scanlon requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 150 offered by myself, which prohibits funds from Title VII, Subtitle A, Immigration Matters, from being used to implement or defend Executive Order 14160 entitled Protecting the Meaning and Value of American Citizenship. President Trump has executed a blatantly unconstitutional executive order which purports to revoke the 14th Amendment's guarantee of birthright citizenship, a right that reflects the foundational American value that we don't define our nationhood by bloodlines or parentage, but by our shared democratic values, and therefore no funds under this bill should be used to enforce it. In the U.S., birthright citizenship is guaranteed by the Citizenship Clause in the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. It was ratified in 1868. The clause, very first sentence in the 14th Amendment, provides that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. On January 20th of this year, President Trump issued a prospective executive order declaring that for certain persons born in the United States, neither the 14th Amendment nor the federal statute incorporating similar language conferred U.S. citizenship. Specifically, this executive order sought to exclude from U.S. citizenship two categories of persons whose fathers are not citizens or lawful permanent residents: those whose mothers were unlawfully present in the United States on their date of birth, and those whose mothers were lawfully present in the country at the time of birth, but only on a temporary basis, such as a mother present in the U.S. on a student, work, or tourist visa. A really tortured definition and description of who he intended this executive order to impact. Every court which has looked at this executive order has found it to be unconstitutional and unenforceable. The executive order has been enjoined by 4 different judges appointed by Presidents Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Biden. 2 circuits have agreed to keep the executive order enjoined, and now implementation is pending before the Supreme Court. You know, right-wing extremists have repeatedly failed to convince the public or Congress to end birthright citizenship through legal means, so now they're trying to cheer on from the sidelines as the president tries to change the Constitution without the American people's consent. So I would offer this amendment. It is straight up preventing the use of taxpayer funds to enforce an unconstitutional executive order, and I would yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment by Ms. Scanlon? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd ask for a
Ms.
recorded vote.
Scanlon asked for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman?
Mr. Norman? No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon,
Chair.
you're recognized.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 238 offered by Minority Whip Clark, which strikes the section that defunds Planned Parenthood and would reduce access to life-saving cancer screenings and reproductive health care. This bill includes a provision that directly blocks Medicaid patients from receiving care at Planned Parenthood, the nation's largest provider of reproductive health services. Of course, we all know that Medicaid is already not allowed to cover abortions, so this provision is a clear attack on women and their health care writ large. I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. You've heard the amendment offered by Ms. Scanlon. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I just want to point out that one of the concerns that the Democrats have is that throughout this bill, there is a constant attack on women's health care. I'll be offering an amendment later about the manager's amendment, but, you know, to not fund the place where women get health care, cancer screenings, pap smears, mammograms, basic care that women need. And Planned Parenthood is often the only place they can get it, especially in rural areas. I would urge you to think about the women in your districts and their need for health care and prioritize that. And for that reason, I support this amendment.
Thank you. You've heard the amendment from Ms. Scanlon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the
I'd ask
noes
for a
have it.
recorded vote.
Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 411 offered by myself, which strikes section 42106, which repeals and rescinds funds to address air pollution in schools. I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the vote is on the motion by Ms. Scanlon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 71 offered by Representative Raskin, which prevents Title VII from taking effect until the Attorney General certifies that any grant administered by the Office of Justice Programs of the Department of Justice that was terminated after January 20th, 2025 has been reinstated. Last month, President Trump's Department of Justice abruptly cut hundreds of millions of dollars in grant funding that had previously been awarded to support law enforcement, crime prevention, and public safety programs across the country. Despite broad bipartisan support for these grant programs administered by the Department of Justice Office of Justice Programs and President Trump's repeated promises to the American people that he would prioritize public safety, support victims of crime, and address the opioid crisis, his own Department of Justice abruptly informed more than 300 OJP grantees that their work, quote, no longer effectuated the program goals or agency priorities and does not align with this administration's priorities, end quote. Organizations in at least 37 states across the country lost funding, red states and blue states and urban, suburban, and rural areas, and the work of those organizations, which benefits jurisdictions all across our country, would help ensure that all citizens have access to effective systems of safety and justice, regardless of where they live. The terminated grants totaling an estimated $500 million provided federal support for violence reduction, policing and prosecution, victim services, juvenile justice and child protection, substance use and mental health treatment, corrections and reentry, justice system enhancements, research and evaluation, and other state and local level public safety functions. During the House Judiciary Committee's consideration of the reconciliation bill on April 30th, Ranking Member Raskin and committee Democrats tried to restore that funding. Our Republican colleagues rejected it, but cutting funding for these vital programs threatens public safety, harms victims and survivors of violent crime, and hinders crime prevention efforts. So I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
You've heard the motion by Ms. Scanlon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Scanlon requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make in order amendment number 35, offered by Representative Jayapal, which prohibits the use of funds in Subtitle A of Title VII from being used by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain or deport U.S. citizens. The amendment is straightforward. It should be uncontroversial. It would ensure that none of the funds in this bill are used to detain U.S. citizens for immigration enforcement. Reports of U.S. citizens being wrongfully arrested and detained started coming out just days after this administration was sworn in. Some citizens have been detained for merely speaking Spanish. Others were held for days despite consistently telling the Department of Homeland Security that they were citizens. ICE detention of U.S. citizens because of reckless and lawless immigration enforcement is both unconstitutional and dangerous. Even ICE acknowledges that it has no authority to arrest and detain U.S. citizens. Their internal guidance says, as a matter of law, ICE cannot assert its civil immigration enforcement authority to arrest or detain a U.S. citizen. Nevertheless, we've seen detentions of U.S. citizens occur. We've heard about deportation of children, U.S. citizens. So Congress has a duty to act. We have to ensure that government funding, taxpayer dollars, doesn't support illegal or unconstitutional actions. Therefore, I offer this amendment and urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Ms. Scanlon requests a recorded vote.
Mrs.
Clerk
Fishbach?
will call the vote.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had one amendment that I had planned to introduce. The necessity for that amendment has been obviated, but I wonder if I might be recognized for a minute just to explain why, and then I'll hand it off to Ms. Ledger Fernandez. I had intended to offer an amendment with respect to the provision in two provisions within the bill that would have overturned resource management plans in Colorado, and secondly, the land conveyance issue that we had discussed at great length earlier today. Both of those provisions were removed from the underlying bill. And so I want to thank Representative Zinke, who was very adamant in building a coalition necessary to make the case about removing those provisions. I also want to thank Representative Lee, Representative Horsford, and Representative Titus, each of whom were also, as you know, Madam Chair, from their testimony today, very engaged in making the case that this is not a precedent that the committee should adopt. I'm happy to thank Mr. Langworthy as well. I don't know if my Chautauqua references perhaps played a role in that, but in any event, I'm sure that put it right over the top, but in any event. So I am glad that that provision is no longer in this larger bill, and so I will not pursue the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. Are there any further amendments? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to offer my first amendment, where I move the committee to add a self-executed second-degree amendment to the manager's amendment, striking the assertion of a new section 44202, which is on page 14 of your manager's amendment, because this would result in at least 300,000 people losing health care coverage. And more importantly, this is the Republicans' attempt to have a national abortion ban. This is their attempt to have a national abortion ban because it would eliminate abortion coverage for marketplace plans or prohibit cost-sharing reduction for plans that maintain abortion coverage. So what you're basically doing is saying if anybody is getting their health coverage through the marketplace, you are putting a disincentive on there so they will not be able to provide abortion. it's a very sneaky amendment in the manager's amendment, but I think we all need to call it out, and so that's why it's the first amendment I am bringing, because that is in effect what it does. And I think that we heard today from Whip Clark about the difficulty of getting reproductive health care. And this is extraordinary in what it would do. And I shared my own personal story, which, given the kind of health care I was undergoing, could have resulted in what might have been considered an abortion, despite the fact that I was just trying to save my life. So these are the kinds of unintended consequences, but this is a very intentional consequence of what's in this bill. And so I urge that Americans understand what's happening here, and that women understand what's happening there in this bill. And it's at the last minute. What, we got it, a couple of hours ago, and they're going to vote on it in a few hours, they've promised us.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. You've heard the motion by Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion, Chair, the noes have it. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there
Madam
further
Chair.
amendments? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're
Madam
up.
Chair, I have amendment to the rule. I move the committee make and order amendment number 47, which is offered by Representative Sykes. Representative Sykes appeared before us and made an impassioned claim as to why we needed to protect Medicaid. And we have heard those on the dais say, but this is not really cutting Medicaid. Well, this amendment is your chance to actually vote consistent with some of those statements. So, Madam Chair, I urge a yes vote so that we can actually have a debate on the floor on Representative Sykes' amendment. And I yield back.
You've heard the motion by Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez requests a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mr. Langworthy? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Yes. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam
Any
Chair.
further amendments? Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, you're.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 485 offered by Representative Beyer, which strikes the elimination of the electricity investment protection tax credits in order to keep electricity prices low. This reconciliation bill amounts to a full repeal of the clean energy tax credits Democrats established through Inflation Reduction Act. But the thing is, this is a way of lowering costs for American families. According to the Department of Energy, in just the last 10 years, costs have declined significantly for many technologies, including distributed solar, down 26%, land-based wind, down 41%, utility-scale solar, down 73%, What other kind of energy is going down in these kinds of degrees? So the Inflation Reduction Act, the renewable energy, the clean energy that Americans want, it is also saving Americans money. In fact, in New Mexico, where, as you know, I've explained, we also are a fossil fuel producing state, we're developing clean energy power plants, manufacturing facilities, we're creating jobs, we're lowering costs. People want us to keep doing this, but Republicans want to go back in time. You know, I feel like we're in the 19th century and Republicans are arguing that gas lamps are better than electric light bulbs, and Gesundheit and God bless, Madam Chair. So when Republicans talk about energy dominance, why are they giving up on the energy of the future? If we want to be truly energy dominant and compete in what is expected to be, listen to this, a $2 trillion global clean energy market. If you do not keep these credits in existence, you are basically saying, China, take it all. You lead the world. Well, I don't think we should do that. We have the resources here. Let's vote in favor of the amendment, or at least let our members decide whether they should keep it. With that, Madam Chair, I urge a yes vote and yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. You've heard the motion from Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. Ms. Leisure-Fernandez requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern? Aye. Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Gallen?
Aye.
Ms. Gallen, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez.
I have an amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 483 offered by myself, which protects state budgets and education and healthcare funding from reductions in oil and gas revenues. So basically, what we did in the House Natural Resources is we reduced oil and gas royalty rates. Now, the problem is that oil and gas producing states share in the federal royalty rates. So for those states who have federal lands, they're going to be receiving less royalties. And let's look at how this happened. Act 1, Trump promised to scrap climate laws and to do what oil and gas wanted if U.S. oil bosses donated $1 billion to the Trump campaign. Act number 2, Trump starts living up to that promise. He takes aim at city and state climate laws in an executive order. And now act number 3, cuts to oil and gas royalty rates in the budget reconciliation. And they are going to reduce the money flowing to states. And, you know, my colleague across the aisle pointed out that New Mexico does receive oil and gas, but what this would do, and our land commissioner, whose job it is to try to make sure we get as much money off of those oil and gas leases, wrote us a letter in House Natural Resources pointing out that this would be almost a almost a $500 billion hit to our state because of what we will be doing here. So on behalf of my state, of Colorado, of North Dakota, of all of those other states that have oil and gas producing, I urge a yes vote on my amendment, and I yield back.
You've heard the amendment from Ms. Leisure-Fernandez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes
recorded
have it.
vote.
Ms. Leisure-Fernandez requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez?
Aye.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I would offer as my last amendment, there are so many issues that we heard about today that deserve to have a vote on the floor. The amendments, there used to be a time when I remember we would show up and there'd be votes. You'd have to make decisions. But what happens in rules now is there's never any more amendments. They're all closed rules. But this one I think is really key, and I'm going to offer it as my last amendment because this actually goes to the fact that when we look at that chart that shows that working families, low-income families are gonna, they're gonna basically, they're gonna get a tax hike in essence. They're gonna lose out under this bill. But we could change that. We could change that if we struck section 11004, the extension of the increased child tax credit, and replaced it with H.R. 27633, the American Family Act. And what this would do, this would put the full child tax credit, fully refundable, in the bill. If we care about lifting children out of poverty, making sure that families get to decide, and not only that, making sure that those who earn less get the full child tax credit, so that it's not just the wealthy who are getting the full child tax credit. It makes a lot of sense. And, you know, this is one of those things where you guys just put Trump on the baby bonds. We should have put Biden on the child tax credit that we passed, right? But that's the thing, is we just believe in making a difference for people, not plastering names all over the place. But it was good law when we had it, when the Democrats passed it, and it existed in Biden. We should bring it back. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. And before I yield back, though,
I have one more amendment.
oh, you can do an amendment? Okay. In that case, I yield back.
Thank you. Good. Oh, question on your amendment. Yes. No, I didn't think you made it. You made an amendment. Right. Thank you. Yes. Okay. All those in favor of Ms. Ledger Fernandez amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
You want a roll call? Roll call.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
No.
Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman?
Mr. Norman? No.
Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
The clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McGovern, you recognize.
Madam Chairman, I just have another amendment to the rule. I move the committee make an order amendment number 2 offered by Representative Gillen, which strikes the limitation on the state and local tax deduction. But before we vote on this last amendment, I just want to recap some of what just happened here tonight. So Republicans on this committee voted against raising taxes on billionaires, voted against following a House rule that requires a 3/5 vote to raise income taxes, you know, just in case this great, beautiful bill of theirs raises taxes on regular working people, which I think we all believe it does. But they're insulating themselves by voting, by basically waiving the 3/5 requirement. And Republicans voted against protecting Medicaid benefits. They voted against protecting SNAP benefits for children. So I guess more children will have to go hungry. And they voted against an amendment to restore NIH funding for critical cancer research and other important medical research. And I think this is all shameful. So these votes basically show us where your priorities and your values are. And as I said at 1 o'clock in the morning, when you vote for this, you own it. And so with that, Madam Chair, I urge a yes vote on my amendment and urge you to call the question.
Okay. You've heard the motion by Mr. McGovern. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call vote. Clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman, no. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy? No. Mr. Langworthy, no. Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Griffith? No. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr. McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Ledger Fernandez, aye. Madam Chair?
No.
Madam Chair, no.
Clerk will report the total.
4 yeas, 8 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to. Hearing no further discussion, the question is on the motion from the gentlewoman from Indiana. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Ask for a roll call.
Mr. McGovern requests a roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Fishbach?
Yes.
Mrs. Fishbach, aye. Mr. Norman? Mr. Norman, aye. Mr. Roy? Mrs. Houchin? Mrs. Houchin, aye. Mr. Langworthy? Aye. Mr. Langworthy, aye. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott, aye. Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Jack?
Aye.
Mr. Jack, aye. Mr. McGovern?
Hell no.
Mr. McGovern, no. Ms. Scanlon?
No.
Ms. Scanlon, no. Mr. Neguse? No. Mr. Neguse, no. Ms. Ledger Fernandez? Ms. Ledger Fernandez, no. Madam Chair?
Aye.
Madam Chair, aye.
The clerk will report the total.
8 yeas, 4 nays.
The ayes have it. The motion to report is agreed to. Accordingly, the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, will be managing this rule for the majority.
And I will for the minority. Can I ask just one question? What is the schedule?
We will be going to the floor
You gotta do it, right?
right now.
Are we doing just the rule tonight, or are we doing the rule and the bill tonight?
I am not clear, but I believe there's a chance we'll do the bill tonight.
All right.
Okay? So,
Aren't you glad we started at 1 o'clock?
without, usually about 20 minutes. 20, 30 minutes usually. Right. Right. Without objection, the committee is adjourned.